right, good evening, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment for Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. Notice has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and sending a copy to the Montclair Times, Star Ledger, and Herald News. This is a public hearing in which any members of the public are welcome to attend. The meeting agenda is available on the Montclair website, as is a link to the township's YouTube channel where the hearing can be viewed live or after the fact. The hearing is also being televised on Channel 34. And I will now call the roll. Chair McCullough.
Present.
Vice Chair Simon.
Here.
Mr. Caulfield.
Here.
Mr. Church.
Here.
Ms. Harris is excused. Mr. Moore.
Present.
Mr. Vieira is excused. Ms. Grant is excused. Mr. Griffith.
Here.
Mr. Cruz is also excused, and Mr. Sullivan is here. I have one change to the agenda to announce tonight. The hearing for application number 2956 for address 6 to 10 Erie Street, applicant BDP 610 Erie LLC, has been postponed to April 22nd, 2026 without the need for further public notice. Thank you.
All right, good evening. We'll begin with the minutes. And I did not see any corrections to be made to the minutes. Did anyone else note any corrections to the minutes?
No.
All right, is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
I'll approve the minutes as presented, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions?
I was here last time. I'm staying, right?
Yes.
Here.
I was here?
Yeah, the only extension is Mr. Moore. Thank you.
All right, we're going to begin with a new business item, and then we'll circle back to old business. So we're going to begin with application 2949, 30 Club Road, Satoru, Ogama, located in the RO Mountainside Zone, designated on the township map as Block 4702, Lot 92. Application is for variances, a variance from Montclair Code Section 347-39.d to allow building coverage of 22.31. All right. So it seems as though we're not quite ready for this application. Okay, I thought you had been informed, but that's, okay, that's fine. All right. Okay, that's fine. No problem. All right, I'll forgive you this time. All right, so instead, we're going to then move to application 2932, which is 120 Watchung Avenue. This is a continuation of the hearing from the March 4th meeting. And we'll call on Mr. Trembulac to present.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Alan Trembulac appearing on behalf of the applicants. This is a continuation of the site plan and variance application for the gas station at Watchung Plaza, 120 Watchung Avenue, with the hearing on this commenced 3 weeks ago. And we're prepared to proceed with additional testimony tonight. I should tell the board up front, what I tend to do tonight is to have Mr. Switzer discuss the plan revisions that are reflected in the revised plans that were submitted I guess about 10 days or so ago. And then following that, I have our professional planner, Peter Steck, here to testify. At that point, I'm going to ask the board to continue the hearing to a future date, hopefully your next meeting, for two reasons. Number one, it's a D-variance case. As you know, we need 5 affirmative votes. You only have 6 members. You know, typically in those situations, we would ask not to proceed to a vote until we have 7 members. And in addition to that, we submitted a supplemental report from our traffic engineer addressing some issues that were discussed at the last meeting. One being to provide some counts on a weekend day, and there are also some turning templates. And unfortunately, Elizabeth Dolan, our expert, well, fortunately for her, unfortunately for us, she's on vacation this week, and we tried to get somebody else from her office, and we're unsuccessful. So for those two reasons, we're going to have to continue this after we complete hearing from the 2 witnesses we have tonight.
Okay, thank you.
All right, before you start, Zana, would you raise your right hand? This is for all of the hearings this evening. Do you swear to tell the truth in the matters pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and your title with Montclair.
Zainab Ghazmi, Assistant Planner, Township of Montclair.
Okay, Mr. Switzer, you were previously sworn in. You understand you're still under oath?
Yes, I do.
All right. Greg, you prepared some plan revisions subsequent to the last hearing on March 4th, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what I'd like you to do tonight is to review, with the board, the revisions that you made, which were done in response to, comments and recommendations that we heard from the board at the last meeting.
Sure.
You could review those changes.
Sure. Good evening, members of the board. I hope that you can hear me. Is my mic working okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
good. We took into consideration a great deal of the comments that came back to us from the last meeting, and I'd like to walk you through those that we were able to successfully adopt into our drawings. I guess the best way to start would be to talk about the package that you received, and I will go through sheet by sheet, since I think that that would probably be the most practical way of addressing a lot of these issues. If we would start with sheet A-003. In those drawings, we prepared a new wooden fence to be added to the area enclosing or surrounding the trash enclosure at the rear. This would be on the eastern elevation side of the building and adjacent to the parking lot that is there. We included dimensions into our drawings to address the comments in the engineering drawings, or the engineering comments 4.3. So you should see dimensions in our site plan now which address those comments. We also included additional survey points to clarify the existing driveway and the sidewalk slope in our drawings. We provided additional heights for the bottom and top of the retaining walls, and we also keyed them into the plan so you know exactly where those walls are located. We have placed a parapet wall along the rear of the building where the building was raised to match the adjacent parapets with the metal coping to continue. So previously, the back of the building, if you recall, the parapet wall was not continuous. It only wrapped around 3 elevations. We've now closed it completely, so anything that we place onto the roof would be virtually concealed. You would not be able to see that or the concrete block masonry wall that is being built up, to which the brick face would have been applied to at the front of the building. We placed a new awning at the front of the building entrance. And we located a bicycle rack, which is in the southeast corner of the property, and it's just off of the sidewalk that brings you into the property from Watchung Avenue. Turning to sheet A004, we made adjustments with the trash enclosure. We modified it from having a swinging door to a sliding door. Sure. On sheet A-004, we modified the trash enclosure doors. Instead of having swinging doors, we provided sliding doors. And again, we provided a fence along the property line on top of the wall that we have separating our property and the property just north of ours, all the way up to the front corner of the building of where we've placed a swing gate and a door, which locks access toward the trash enclosure. The key is to make sure that that area was concerned. I believe one of you had addressed that in one of your comments. So we've not only done that, but we've also placed additional lighting in that area to supplement that. And the owner has, as stated in the previous meeting, agreed to supplying or providing security cameras around the site to address those security concerns that were addressed. On sheet A005, which is the next sheet, it's just literally showing you graphically that we've added that light fixture onto the north wall.
And the purpose of that was to provide
Additional illumination for security purposes,
Okay.
yes,
That would be the area that would lead to the trash enclosure?
that is correct.
Okay.
Okay, the next adjustment was made on sheet A2-01. Okay. The next change was done on sheet A201. And again, I'm just reiterating the fact that we have shown here where the bicycle rack is, showing you how the trash enclosure in that area, if you see the bubbled area along the floor plan at the northern portion of the building, there's a fence there with a swing gate at the top. Again, that would be secured, and this is the path of which trash would be taken. In mentioning that, I think it's also important to note that there was a request to place a door on the north elevation to perhaps go to the trash enclosure area direct from the building. And we did look at that as an option and found that because the northernmost portion of the building had a 2-foot elevational change, the property slopes at such a severe rate that it would have been very difficult to provide a door without providing more hardscape and thus encroaching on our impervious numbers, of which we have tried not to adjust at all. I think we're pretty close to where we need to be. There's a reduction of probably 4.5 feet or so in impervious space. So I think we did not want this to creep into being classified as a minor development project. So that was one of the reasons why we maintained that. And by the way, we've increased the tremendous amount of green space and beautification around the site. So we thought it was more important to provide that as opposed to providing a door to the rear of the building just to provide an access way for trash toward the trash containment area. Okay.
Right.
Yes?
What's this here?
I can't read.
I'm just looking, following up on that, and I'm looking at actually sheet A801, and I thought there were shown a,
No, we've removed that. So you're probably looking at an older set of drawings because we've definitely removed that door from our drawings.
okay.
So just so we're clear, the plans that we're looking at have revision date of March 4, 2026, correct?
That should be correct. That is what I'm looking at. See here? No door.
I'm looking at Carlos's.
No, that's when it was stamped received,
Yeah,
okay?
but
But the
we
title
took the
block
door
on the
out.
plan says March 4, 2026.
Okay, well, it still should show on these plans. I mean, it's fine if that's the
Okay,
case.
yeah, that's, Okay, so moving along, we also on sheet 8202, which is the next sheet, is just showing graphically where the new parapet walls were placed to match the height of the existing parapet walls.
I'm sorry, Mr. Switzer, but your voice has a tendency to drop, so
You know
we,
what, this keeps going off. Okay, how's that?
that's a little bit better.
Okay.
So maybe just repeat that. You were talking about the new parapet wall?
Yes, sheet A202, it just clarifies graphically where that parapet wall is that I was discussing earlier. We also placed new windows into the area that we have, where the stair is that leads up to the second floor. And then that would be one on the north side of the building in that little addition area, and one on the south side of the building, providing a window to be located in the restroom that is being placed upstairs. Okay. On sheet 801, A801, you'll see a profile and where the awning is located above the front door. You'll also see the swing gate there that leads toward the trash containment area, or the area that secures that area from the eastern elevation. Okay, with that being said, that covers the primary adjustments that we've made. We've also addressed the issue that the engineer had spoken about with regard to water drainage onto the area in the rear of the property, abutting the adjacent neighbor's property. And during the, we've decided to place it into the front portion of the building and traversing our property, since he is breaking up a portion of the asphalt top there in order to build new curbs and everything. We decided to run just a straight path down, which actually drops that point right in front of the main point of connection where he wanted us to drop the box on Watchung Avenue. So I think that we are pretty clear there. What I've done, just for purposes of clarification, I've created a little diagram just to show you exactly where that is. And it also shows the actual impervious area analysis. And I think that our information should be spot on when it comes to that. We've gone through and remeasured, and it's all documented here. And our impervious numbers were actually improved and not made less.
Okay. The board hasn't seen that?
Has not, yes.
Okay, so we should mark that and distribute it with the next exhibit.
We are up to Exhibit A4,
Okay.
and just describe what we're marking as A4.
Right.
It is called SK2. It is a supplemental site.
SK3.
SK3, and it's called a site plan. And on it is a site plan showing the point of connection of the, or how the water is being diverted from the roof to the catch basin at Watchung Avenue.
And that was prepared by your office?
It was, indeed.
And is there a date on it?
The date of this document is March 25th, 2026.
You've got, how many copies you
How
have?
many do you need? I have plenty. Need more? Perfect. Mr. Tremblay is passing that over to you now.
And was that prepared in response to comments from the board engineer?
It was.
Okay. okay.
So with that, that would be the end of the adjustments and testimony that we've prepared for this evening.
Great, thank you. No further questions?
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Simon, do you have questions?
Good evening.
Hi.
Starting with this,
What is this?
the
Yes.
last impervious coverage,
Mhm.
you said it was improved. The area says 94.7 proposed, whereas before it was 0.6. But isn't that going in the wrong direction?
Pardon?
The impervious area percentage, you
By-
said it was improved, but it seems like it went up.
Oh, yeah, but it was a little off before. This is definitely an improvement from where it was.
Oh, the previous proposed?
That is correct.
Do you remember what that was offhand?
I do not. I
Okay.
apologize.
All right, but I was comparing to the existing, okay.
Yeah.
So it's closer to the existing state versus what was originally proposed.
Correct.
Got it. Last time, we had, one of the suggestions proposed was a door to the rear trash enclosure from the staircase. What was the result of that?
We looked into that, but the north side of the building, the elevation of the earth is approximately 18 to 2 feet higher than the other side. So it doesn't align with the floor level inside of the facility.
Oh, so you'd be stepping
So
down or
you would
stepping-
be, yeah, it would be, actually, you'll be doing a pretty good climb. You'll have to go up at least 4 or 5 steps just to get out the door.
Out the door.
So it made it very difficult if you had a trash container with wheels on it, even to get it up the stairs without hauling it upstairs. So it's best to go through the front door, along the sidewalk, and through that pathway that we've secured on both ends now, to where they can store it into the trash containment area.
Okay. And the other minor suggestion was on the roof in terms of getting access to the mechanicals. I believe you said they were just going to go out the window.
Yeah, or with the use of a ladder, we're talking approximately 15 feet, and what we're basically placing up there are just condenser units. There isn't anything incredibly large or heavy. In fact, most of the type system that we're looking at, it's something that one can carry up the stairs. So it's easy to get up there.
Okay, so no changes there.
Yeah.
In regard to lighting, I know the owner had testified that they expect business to run about 9:30, 10 o'clock at the latest. But what happens after hours? Is it going to be any lighting? Because the area seems to be pretty dark, especially in that trash enclosed area. I don't know what the lighting situation is on the adjacent lot that might illuminate it, but any plans to keep any kind of lighting after hours?
That's a great question. Yeah, along the perimeter of the building, there's always some lighting that is attached to the face of the building, and it's illuminating the pathway around the building. And we've also, based on these comments from our last testimony, included additional lighting in that alleyway or that space between our property and the hardware store that's adjacent to us. So that area would be illuminated as well. And then
All night?
Pretty much, yeah. This is, again, this is controlled focus lighting. It meets the town requirements between the 2 foot candles, no greater than 5. It's all there, it's all compliant. And it doesn't spill across onto the property.
No, I'm
lines.
more concerned of when it cuts off, because it'll be very dark back there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can certainly have controls on it to make sure that it goes off, maybe light sensor, daylight sensor.
No, I'm trying to keep them on.
wants to
That's what I'm
keep it
saying.
on.
I don't want to.
That's what I'm saying, keeping it on, and then triggers off and turns on when it,
No, I'm talking about maybe at 2 in the morning, there's a dark spot in that alley. That's what I'm concerned about. So actually leaving some kind of dim lighting
Yeah.
through the night.
yeah.
that might be a question for the owner, maybe not you, but just in
Yeah.
terms of the
Well,
time.
we do know that we're placing illumination back there, and that will be on throughout the night.
So there is,
There is,
Okay.
yeah, there is lighting back there that is being provided, that will be on throughout the
Throughout
night,
the night,
but it
okay.
would turn off during the day.
got it.
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I was suggesting earlier, yeah.
All right, thank you. And the bike rack, how many bikes is it expected to hold?
We're suspecting somewhere maybe 2 or 3
Just 2 or 3?
at a time, yeah. I mean, you know, I'm sure that that could be revisited if there is a greater load or demand for bike parking, but
Is there space for a larger one?
it would take some adjusting. I don't know. We just put what we thought was appropriate with the space that was there at present.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mhm.
Mr. Church?
Yeah, I have no questions.
Mr. Caulfield?
In the back of the building where the trash enclosure is, you're putting a tree back there?
Yes, we are putting a, more like an ornamental sort of tree. It's not like a very large tree. We tried to present landscaping that would provide some seasonal interest and not make it just a brick building there without anything to tie it into, you know, the surroundings. Or the whole idea is to make the whole site beautiful. So we took every opportunity that we could to incorporate plantings and, in this case, a smaller ornamental type tree to create, you know, some interest, just visual interest. Someone had made a comment that that elevation is highly visible from Watchung Avenue, and the last thing they wanted to see was just a brick wall. So for us, this is a good way of creating just subtle, environmentally prudent adjustments or enhancements that could do both. Make it a little bit more interesting and not necessarily be something that would be, you know, an eyesore.
The trash enclosure comes and there's a fence that is from the trash enclosure to the building?
Yeah, the trash enclosure, the enclosure that separates the trash area from the building is from the face of the trash area to the building, which is approximately maybe a 3 or 4 foot wide
Is that a
portion of
gate
fence.
there to get in?
There is no gate. It's inoperable.
Okay. I
The
don't know
only
about
way to
the-
get there is through the front of the building.
Gotcha. I mean, obviously, I don't know if that's, I don't know, it's like you can't get in there, you plant the tree and, you know, it's, I don't know if you wanted to go and do any type of work that you have to go on the neighbor's property to get that. I don't know if that's necessarily, you know, we could maybe save money in other directions. Can you tell me about where the bike rack is? Is it on the property or is
It
it on
is.
this side? Okay.
It is on the property, and it is on the Watchung side of the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, near the planting/garden area, near the accessible parking space that's there.
Okay. And with the bikes parked there, you can still use the walkway and have no problem through that? And then the
Yes,
cars
because
can
there's
use that
like
as
a
well?
little bend or an L there.
Okay.
And it's right there.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
This has been a gas station for, I don't know, since the 30s, I imagine, right?
What I understand, it's
Yes.
almost 100 years.
It's 100 years.
Yeah,
It's
since
been there a long time.
1931.
I mean, if you go through Watchung Plaza, I mean, there's a lot of monitoring wells. I imagine in reality, it all came from this site somehow. We're digging for this stormwater retention tank. Is that what we're digging
No, we're
there?
not.
No?
We're just diverting water from the roof underground on our side, and then have a culvert that goes right into the going into the culvert there. So
Okay, so that's just all above ground? That's
All
not
above
underground?
ground,
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome, thank you.
Mr. Moore?
So just to add to that,
Sure.
regarding the drainage, so will there be additional drainage throughout the parking lot, the driveway area?
Yeah, I mean, we're not changing any of that at all. Everything that is there today will remain. We're not resurfacing the driveway area. We're not adding anything to perhaps contain or collect water or create water diversions in a way that's different than what's historically been on the site.
Is there existing drainage?
Um,
So I'm looking at the topography and I'm thinking
Yeah.
about the winter
Yeah,
and when it snows.
yeah.
And lately, we've been getting hit with a lot,
Mhm.
more snow than usual.
Mhm.
If this converts into a convenience store, the Watchung Plaza area,
Mhm.
it's very heavily walked,
Mhm.
right? A lot of kids, so I'm thinking about slipping. So
Mhm.
just taking into account
Mhm.
appropriate drainage to respond
Right.
to that foot traffic.
Well, that's a great question, and we considered that in our design to the point to where we created a sidewalk, which does not exist currently on the site. And the sidewalk connects Park to the site along the property line bordering the hardware store. Then it turns, it comes across the face of the store, then it wraps along the side of the store, and then it has an outlet that is separate from the vehicular traffic coming in and off of the site that puts you right off at Watchung. So we've planned for pedestrian traffic onto the site by providing physical, hard walking sidewalk surfaces for them. So, and those surfaces are also illuminated in the evening, so for a security point of view, it should be safe to traverse. Those are elevated approximately 4 inches, so it has a curb. So it would literally elevate a pedestrian away from the lower depression, which may have slippery surfaces, for example, in mild weather. So I do not believe that what we've designed is a situation that would create harm to any pedestrians entering upon and leaving the site. No, we haven't, but they're pretty common. These aren't commercial grade, 10-ton, 15-ton, 20-ton units. We're talking about things that are considered like heat pumps or very small HVAC units. People attach them to their houses all the time. They're slim in profile, and they're not that loud at all. In fact, very quiet operation. I can't tell you off the top of my head what the ratings would be, STC ratings would be for them, but we could certainly provide that to you if that's something you request. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Griffith?
So I wanted to say thank you for the improvements that you've made to the plans. In particular, as you know, I like the windows. 2 out of
Thank you.
3 ain't bad. And in particular, the parapet addition is a significant improvement and I think a good move for the neighborhood. And thank you. I don't know why you're reluctant to put a door on from the upstairs placed to provide access to the roof so you could clean the drains and access the equipment, and that you prefer to use a ladder or climb through a window. I'm baffled by that, but it doesn't have anything to do with our review, I don't think. There are 2 things that, I'll go to the easier one. On the back of the site, because of the site has this odd angle and where the building is located, there are these slivers of space there. And do you have some sort of plan to put in and maybe it's on the drawings, I apologize, a plan to put in a very robust ground cover, or?
Yes.
I mean, because if it doesn't have something that's hardy, native, it'll just go to dirt and collect trash and not be nice. Is there a plan for that?
There is planting along that whole back area.
Yeah.
All of it is native planting, and I can probably tell you in just a moment, if I can get to my landscape plan, and give you some clear indication of what the plants are. But I do know that that was a consideration in our choice.
If you tell me it's a ground cover, I'm satisfied.
It's a ground cover.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I don't need to know what
Yeah,
kind.
we're not putting in shrubs or perennials or annuals or anything like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, thank you. My biggest issue at this point gets down to the accessory structure that's built basically on the property line now, and it's supposed to be 20 feet away from the back. And I have very mixed feelings about this. I don't want to set a bad precedent, because it looks okay here, but if I say okay here, then what about the next time I see it in a different situation, in a different circumstance? So I'm going to ask some questions relative to this that may help make it more amenable. I worry about odor, which would come from organics, food. I worry about rodents. What can you do to eliminate those worries?
Okay. Well, I think the first thing is the obvious. We have to make sure that the property owner has a plan in place to manage that just in case that should occur to start. But most of the material that is placed into the refuse area would be dry goods. Things like paper and cardboard boxes and things of that nature. The bulk of these stores typically have food products, but they're typically candies and candy wrappers, chips in sealed cans, bottled drinks that are refrigerated. He may put hot dogs or something out there. That's probably the sort of trash or rubbish you're talking about, but the quantity is so small. I don't foresee it being like large bags of garbage of that sort stored in the area. Also, if required, we can make sure that the pickup schedule is frequently enough to where it satisfy that, to where there's never anything sitting around more than a day or so in that area. With the pests that you're talking about, I think having food sources just sitting around is when they really discover and learn, and they keep revisiting. But if it's something that's moved frequently, it pulls away that ability to attract and
That's a double-edged
retain them.
sword.
Pardon?
It's a double-edged sword, more frequent, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's just increasing traffic, which is the other problem.
Yeah.
There will be some organics that will go into the trash, no matter how hard you try. Somebody will buy a sandwich and eat half of it and throw the other half in the trash.
Mm-hmm.
Do you traditionally sort recyclables? Is that part of the thing, or is it picked up by the trash company and sorted on a remote site?
I wish I could answer that particular question, and unfortunately, Alan, I think that that's one that the owner would have to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Is it okay if we call upon him to ask that question, answer that question now, or is it something you'd like to ask him later?
I'd like to know,
Okay.
if that's possible.
So, this is Jernail Singh, who testified. You're still under oath.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You can go over there.
Mr. Singh, just give us your name and address again, please.
Yes, my name is Jernail Singh, Jernail, last name Singh, Singh, and my home address is 5100 Northern Boulevard, Glen Head, New York. My property address is 120 Watchung Avenue, Montclair.
Okay, Mr. Singh, you were sworn in at the last meeting. You understand you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Griffith had a question regarding, do you separate trash, in your other locations?
Right.
You have convenience stores. Do you separate trash from recyclables?
Yes, we do that.
Oh, and you-
It's our myself, we do that.
And you plan to do that here as
Yes,
well?
not a plant, we can separate, like, you have a tie-up rope. When they come to pick up, separate, the cardboard is separate, the garbage is separate. Our guy do that,
So he sorts it.
yes.
That's what you're saying.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I sourced that one to put a separate tie-up with the cardboard separate
Yeah.
and the garbage separate.
But general trash is all in a bag, so my half-eaten sandwich and the wrapper that came with it, and,
Actually, it's not that much. It's not really, the candy store is not that much. Whatever
Understood.
we do proper way with it.
do you separate glass and aluminum from cardboard, or,
Aluminum never comes, like usually comes cardboard is most.
okay, all right.
Mr. Griffin, also, just be aware that we're not placing plastic bags into this room. Most of the garbage would be in these little
Containers?
containers with
Yeah.
wheels to where it's easy for them to transport it from that room to the curb where it could be collected by the garbage collection company. And these containers have tops on them as well. So
All
it's
right.
contained within the containment room.
Thank you.
You're
You
welcome.
understand?
You're good.
Don't go too far.
Unless anybody has any questions with regard to Mr. Singh's testimony.
One other thing to respond to that is that the doors in the front are louvered, so there's some airflow and circulation in the area. It would be detrimental not to have that and have a very hot day, and there happens to be some of this bio or organic waste there. It would just decay, and that's when it really smells awful. So there is some ventilation inside the spaces where to keep a constant airflow, which we think is important.
I'll just note for the record that Mr. Cruz has arrived.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of questions for you. So, thank you, again, as Mr. Griffith has indicated, appreciation for the revisions and for your providing the board with an updated display of all of the changes that you have brought to our attention tonight. I just wanted to make sure that the pedestrian walkway that lines the property. I know we had some conversation about whether or not there was anything that really sort of differentiated that from the tarmac where cars would be parked. It sounded from your presentation that there is some differentiation, so.
Yes, there is.
Okay, all right, thank you. The other thing, another question was the gate that leads to the area where the trash enclosure is that gate locked?
We certainly can make it locked.
I'd like it to be locked.
Done.
And so, obviously, after hours, I think is probably, so whenever the facility is closing down for the night, that gate should be locked, so we can have assurance that no one will be in that area. All right? Now, I just want to ask, and maybe this may be a question to you, Mr. Switzer, or also could be to Mr. Trembulack. Just looking at the engineer's report, there are, in the area of site comments as well as grading, drainage, and utility comments, there were a number of items that the engineer had identified as still requiring attention. Are all of these satisfied already to your understanding, or are some of them remaining?
I think there's a few remaining comments in the latest report, which we only got midday today, so.
Okay.
And I think we can address the additional comments that he makes in here, and there's also some issues or questions he had regarding turning templates, which again is the reason why I have to bring the traffic
Sure, sure.
expert back. But the other comments, regarding the site comments,
We've covered all of those things. We've covered most all of these things, yes.
including what's in the report that we received today.
Yes. For example,
Nobody's got comments
This is site. Drainage and grading, site, utilities. We've covered all of these.
What about his two comments at the top of page 3, which I had actually marked?
4.1, regarding the architectural plans not updated to reflect the impervious sidewalk areas. It is.
Oh, so that was what your
Of
exhibit?
course, yes.
Okay, addressed his comment 4.8. And what about the comment above that, about asphalt walkway detail?
Yeah, there is no asphalt walkway.
Oh,
So I believe there's a misunderstanding there. We have concrete walkways.
okay. All right, and then 5.2, I think, talks about the discharge points for the roof leaders.
We've diverted them toward the front of the property as opposed to the rear of the
Could
property.
you speak that into the microphone?
We
please?
diverted them toward the front of the property as opposed to the rear of the property.
So they're going to be connected to the catch basin located in front of the Watchung Avenue driveway as per his
Correct.
comment? Okay.
It's
So-
on this exhibit, right?
It's on that, yeah, yeah. Right. So I think we have addressed everything, Mr. Chairman, and I can represent that. If we haven't, we will. It's a condition of approval.
And what about, I was going to save the traffic, obviously, for when
Yeah.
Ms. Dolan's with us.
Yeah.
But in terms of the landscaping and lighting comments, similarly, those have been addressed as well?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
I noticed that you have a fence on the roof to,
I'm sorry, I'm having
I
difficulty.
noticed you had a fence on the roof to, maybe it's a louver, to block the view of the rooftop equipment?
Yeah, just in case, it's something that the town has always been asking us to do whenever we put mechanical equipment on a roof to provide a fence. So
Is the
if one is
equipment-
required, we have it covered.
Understood. Is the equipment that tall?
It is not.
It
is
isn't,
not.
right?
It isn't.
It's
It
a
is.
compressor. It's like
That's-
3 feet
that's-
high. It's
it's-
hidden by the parapet.
Pretty much, yes.
You don't need the fence.
You don't need it, but we've been asked to place them on, so we
Well,
put them in.
Normally, only when it's visible
Right.
from the street.
Yeah,
Here it-
well, it was originally, so it isn't now, I guess.
I'd tell them how
because of
high the
parapet
equipment
wall.
is and say the parapet does it, but not put a fence up there if you don't need
Yeah.
it. But
We'll
anyway,
remove the fence from our drawing, it's no
I,
problem.
I appreciate why you did it. I appreciate the thought.
All right. I don't have any additional questions, so are there members of the public that would have questions or comments that they would like to?
Just questions at this point.
Okay, I think we can do both, so we can move it along.
You-
We'll try, let's give it a try, okay? Please.
Yeah, I mean, we still have additional witnesses, and what we typically do is we limit it to questions of each individual witness, and then when the case is concluded, we'll then give the public an opportunity to make comments.
All right, okay.
Okay, well, we sometimes open it up for questions and comments when there's been, like, one witness, or, we finish it in the single night, but
Okay.
since there's going to be carryover, the public comments, I would recommend that you hold them.
All right, so questions, not comments. You have questions? Please, you're welcome.
State your name and address, please.
Claire Ciliata, 279 Park Street, Montclair, New Jersey. My first question is regarding the lights at night and what is going to happen. Are they going to be dimmed at night? Are the neon lights going to be on all night? How is that going to work for the apartment across the street and people walking in the neighborhood? How do you maintain safety but not have super bright lights on?
The lighting that we're providing is for pedestrian walkways and everything. I'm assuming you're speaking of
The gas
the existing
station.
lighting that's
Yes.
on the canopy?
Yes.
I think it would probably be best if Mr. Singh answers the question because I don't know his hours of operation with respect to those particular lights. He could probably best answer that.
Okay. And shall I ask the second question, just in case he might have the answer to that one, too? My second question is, how wide is that sidewalk going around? Because it needs to be pretty wide to accommodate baby carriages, bicycles, extra children. And I just, in looking at the design, I couldn't tell the width of it. And it would seem to me that would be an important safety feature to make sure it's wide enough to accommodate a family walking, not just one or two people.
Well, it's not a pedestrian walkway as in an access way around the property like the sidewalks you find on Park and Watchung.
Yeah,
for
no,
sure.
I understand that, but
Okay. The sidewalks are measured at approximately 3.5 feet wide, which
so
is
a
more than
yard,
adequate.
a yard wide.
Roughly, yes. Okay.
Okay, well, más o menos.
Yeah.
And I just question whether that is going to work. Because I live on Park Street, when I walk up and down, there are usually groups of people, families walking, and I'm just curious about that with baby carriages and a child next to you, whether 3 feet, 3.5 feet is wide enough. And I'm not sure that you can do anything about that, but it would seem to me that you'd have, if there is a division or a height difference, then that creates its own problem if it's not wide enough. So I wanted to ask about that. And I don't know whether this is the right question to ask right now, but I think I'll save it for the driving part of it, the in and out part, because that's another question
The
there.
traffic expert?
Yes.
Okay,
But
they're coming back next meeting.
Okay, but could we know what the hours of operation are?
Yeah, the applicant indicated at the last meeting that the hours of operation were going to be,
Of each unit, of the store and of the gas station?
they said 6 to 9:30 for the gasoline pumps and 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. for the convenience store, and that's 7 days a week.
Well, I'll save my comments, but I really think 10 o'clock is a little bit too late. Thank you.
Before you come up, Mr. Singh, did you want to respond to the question?
Did you hear the question
Yes,
regarding
yes.
night lighting?
Yes.
Yeah, can you address that?
In the night light, gonna be a dimmable light, very dimmable light. After hour is gonna be dimmer light. We're gonna go to very slow night and very comfortable light. I install already 2-3 places. I can give you specification of that light.
And
They
is-
call dimmable light, dimmer. You can do the dimmer. After patient hour, you could dim the light.
Would they be
And-
different than they are now?
Huh?
Would they be different than they are now?
Yes, it's gonna be
Because now
more
they're very
more
bright.
dim. It's gonna be more dim.
Dimmer.
Yes.
Is that the standard that you have with your other
Yes.
facilities?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
So, looking at the light fixtures themselves in the illustrations, they appear to be the type of light that restricts the view of the light source from off the site, which is very appropriate, and I think what residents are interested in, that they don't want light from your facility in their yard or, on their house.
No,
And I think you have those light fixtures, is that not correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other members of the, I'm sorry, Mr.
I
Moore?
had a further question.
Yes. Mr. Singh, can you return, please?
You should stay,
Okay.
sit up here when you're done.
Thank you. If there's activity at night while the lights are dim,
Talk a little loudly.
is there a motion detector in the lights?
Yes,
So if there's more activity during the evening,
yes.
when it's currently
Yes,
just
some-
dim, it
some
will
light.
light up more so that
Yes, some light.
residents and folks can see
Yes,
that
some light, if
people
some
are
try to come and
congregating?
rob the light, it's gonna go more light,
Okay,
go and face all the camera
Mm-hmm.
with the light also.
okay, all right. Yeah,
They
'cause
call
it's
motion light, yes.
all right. Now, I'm sure you know, but it's, it's a very busy area, Watchung Plaza.
Yes,
So it's very walkable.
yes.
A lot of families, kids, getting pizza. Now they'll be coming to get candy. So, yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to ask questions? Yes, you're welcome.
Hello, how are you this evening? My
State your
is
name and address, please.
Donna Pickett, 255 Park Street. Have a couple questions. I didn't see, you want to pull up that, your design, where's the air pump and the vacuum going to be?
The air pump and the vacuum is currently at the corner,
Right.
at the intersection of Watchung and Park, and it is being relocated to be adjacent to one of the parking spaces on the opposite side, adjacent to, here, let me make this easy for you, right over here,
people stop there for air.
right there.
Where is that?
This hardware store is here,
Oh, okay.
the hardware store building is here,
So it's going to be close to the hardware store.
right there.
So cars will be going down Park Street, right next to the hardware. Cars will be going down Park Street, right next to the hardware store,
They'll be parking onto the property,
if they can get in.
and they will actuate the equipment. The only way that they can get to that equipment is being on the property. It's not at the intersection or on the pedestrian walkway,
Okay.
nor is it near such.
Okay. That might be an issue, but, okay, so I have a question about, according to our, the master plan.
Okay, this is not the planner.
Right, no.
And maybe the question would be more appropriately addressed to the planner.
So can I
Who's
ask-
testifying next?
Yeah, but can I ask you a question then? So does an architect and the engineer, when they're designing and doing their plans, don't they ever take a
I
look?
think consistency with the master plan is more appropriate to the planner who's testifying next.
Okay, sure. Let me ask you this question. Did you have a conversation with the traffic expert when you were doing your design of the building and taking into consideration, since it's going to be more in and out cars? Did you talk to her about the walkability and safety of the pedestrians, like we had mentioned? That's a heavily, as you know, condensed area for people walking to school and the train. And I just was wondering, when you were doing your design for the sidewalks, the bike rack, the air pump, the vacuum, did you have that conversation with the traffic expert?
Ms. Pickett, you must know that as an architect, it is our responsibility and our fiduciary to our customers and the communities that we live in to consult with professionals, to provide professional service and opinions to the things that they design pursuant to our projects. In this case, we engaged a traffic consultant as part of our team. That traffic consultant consults us throughout this entire process, and we provide them information, they provide us information, and the design is derived based on their best professional opinion and practice.
Okay.
So to answer your question, yes, we did.
Okay, because when she testified, she only did AM and PM, and she didn't do weekends. So I guess
I
she had a
believe that those are
sidebar
two
with you.
very different issues. Timing of what she did her studies on, and the fact that she consulted with us on the project. I believe your question to me was whether or not if we consulted with the traffic expert, and we
Right.
did.
Yes, that was my question, but it all goes hand in hand. And she didn't do weekends, she just did AM and PM.
Again, I think
Okay.
in our next hearing, we'll be in a position to have more discussion about the traffic study.
Okay. I think I have another question here. We talked about this. Air pump. Oh, here it is. So, where is that sign that's right turn only? coming out of the gas station on Watchung Plaza, is that on the county property, or is that on the 120 property?
It's on both. The county has its own sign, but what we've done is we've marked our site on the ground, right here, in big white writing and painting on the asphalt. So you cannot make a mistake in understanding the direction of traffic. The same happens over here. Tells you to stop before you approach the sidewalk. So there is a concern with pedestrian safety in this direction and in this direction.
So yours is painted on the ground?
It's painted, and there's also a sign that is here.
That's the county's?
That's, like I said, there's two signs. There's also a sign there.
Okay. So now we have two signs that say, is it right turn only that they have to do?
That is
Coming out of there?
correct.
Okay. Let's see, let me just check. I have one more question. Might be for the planner. Oh, I did, but Mr. Singh, I wrote down, can we check our minutes? I heard that he was going to have the convenience store open until 9, at the latest 9:30 when it was busy, and now I heard 10 o'clock. Can we go back and look at the minutes from the last meeting? I wrote down 9 o'clock latest, 9:30, and now I heard 10 o'clock, so I want to look at the minutes.
All right, thank you. We'll get clarification on
Yeah.
that. All right, thank you.
That's it.
Is there anyone else, any other members of the public? Yes, please.
Jay Turner, 274 Park Street. I can't believe it's Mr. Trembulack and Mr. Switzer again. You guys are involved in all the projects on our street. Going to be persona non grata when this is done.
There's only two.
Question, when I was looking at your drawing, it looked like the, I don't know what you call it, but the gas pumps in front with the roof over it, it looked like that was going to stay the existing one from the structure that's there now. Is that correct, or is that going to get knocked down?
We're not altering anything except the building of which the surface bays are located currently.
So the old beat-up bay in front is going to stay?
Just make sure we're talking about the same.
Where the gas attendant
moment,
would, where the gas attendant would
You see
stay?
this right here?
Yes.
We're not touching that.
So that's going to stay?
It is staying.
Okay, that's disappointing. And then I have a question. You were talking about the time before. At the end of the day, whatever's said in here, if that time alters later, there's nothing that would prevent the owner from deciding later to stay open past 9:30, is there?
No, that's not accurate. Okay, if the applicant stipulates, as I think they did the last time, and we'll get clarification from Mr. Trembulack, but my recollection is the applicant stipulated to those hours of operation. So if that's the case, they would be a condition in the event this application is approved, and they would have to comply with that.
Okay.
But we're gonna clarify that once and for all if we can.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
But that you raise a good point, though, is that the hours, you and the other member of the public.
My recollection, just to deal with that, and I just confirmed with my client, that in the weekdays, 9:30 at the latest, and if weekends, if it's busy, he would stay open till 10.
That's the convenience store.
The convenience store.
So Monday through Friday, it's going to close at 9:30. Well, let's ask the witness what he intends, first of all.
Why don't you come up, Jernail, and clarify the hours?
So let's start with the convenience store, Mr. Singh.
Monday to Thursday, we're gonna close like a 9 to 9:30, and the Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, not Sunday, Friday or Saturday, we're gonna go 10, it's not sure. It depends on traffic, sometimes the people.
What about Sunday?
Sir?
What about Sunday?
Sunday is very quiet after.
What time will you close
9
the
o'clock,
convenience store?
9 o'clock, Sunday. 9.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is the convenience store is going to be open 6 a.m. to no later than 9:30 p.m. Monday through Thursday, no later than 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, and no later than 9 on Sunday. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, the gasoline station hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., 7 days a week.
7 days a week, but same as depend with the store, app store,
I need a no later than.
no later than 9:30.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Thank you.
All right.
That's good.
Yes, sir.
Do I have to state my name again?
Yes.
Jay Turner, 274 Park Street. So what I just heard was the gas station will be closing at 9:30? Okay, it's currently open till 10. So you're going to be closing it 30 minutes earlier than it is right now? Okay, all right.
Yes, please. One more question. Please.
Claire Ciliata, 279 Park Street. What concerns me is when somebody says between 9 and 9:30.
That's a no later than 9:30. That's how the
Okay,
condition
no
will
later
read.
than 9:30. If that is not held to, who is responsible and what happens if those times are not
Okay, let
adhered
us answer the
to?
question. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that would be, you can either report that to court enforcement or let the planning department know that the conditions of the resolution are not being upheld, and we will enforce a violations process with the code enforcement.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions from the public? If not, Mr. Tremblay, we'll move on to your next witness, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
next witness is Peter Steck.
Mr. Steck, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your name and your business address, please.
Peter Steck, S-T-E-C-K, 80 Maplewood Avenue, Maplewood, New Jersey.
Chairman, Mr. Steck has appeared before this board on numerous occasions. However, I think for the benefit of some of the newer members, Peter, why don't you just provide a summary of your qualifications and your experience as a professional planner?
By way of education, I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and a master's in city and regional planning. I was licensed in New Jersey in 1976, and that license is still in effect. I, at one time, was the planning director for the township of Montclair some 20 years ago. I served with 2 consulting firms in New Jersey, and for the last 20-some-odd years, I've been self-employed as a community planning consultant, representing neighborhood groups, developers, and occasionally municipalities.
Okay. And testifying before planning boards and zoning
Yes.
boards throughout the state of New Jersey.
I've appeared in, I think, about 230 municipalities, as well as in Superior Court and Tax Court, and been accepted as an expert planning witness in those jurisdictions.
And your license is in good standing?
It is.
Okay. Offer him as an expert.
All right, welcome, Mr. Steck. We look forward
Thank
to your
you.
presentation.
Okay, Peter, why don't you begin by, discussing the property that's the subject of this application,
Okay.
and then what's
I have,
proposed.
because I'm old school, hard copies of my exhibit, and I have a few for the audience.
Okay, so we're going to mark this as A5. And how would you describe this, Mr. Steck? Planning exhibit?
Sure.
5 pages, I think I have, right?
Yes.
So I'll just briefly describe it, and then I'll potentially refer to it when I testify. So this was prepared by me. It's dated December 16th of last year. It consists of 5 pages, and did we give it a number?
Yes,
A5.
A5.
Thank you. So the first page is zoning map is on the left-hand side, and you see we're in the NC zone, but outside of the historic district. You see a more regional look on the right-hand side from Google Maps. Second page are photographs taken by me on December 13th of last year, and they depict the existing conditions at that time. Since the canopy was new, that bunting has been removed. The next page, third page, is a aerial photograph that I took also on December 13th, and I believe it accurately depicts the existing conditions there, and that's a view from about 400 feet up. The next page are additional photographs taken by me on the 13th, and show some of the surrounding area. I note that on the upper photograph you get a sense of the range of architecture, and there is a bike rack right across the intersection on Watchung there at the corner, but that's in the public right-of-way. And then the end page is I simply kind of color-coded the site plan that's being proposed. So back to the beginning. In preparation, I reviewed the application materials. I had the pleasure of listening to the 4-hour hearing on March 4th. So I'm aware of the prior testimony and the comments of the board. And I'm going to repeat some of the obvious things. This is a service station. Technically, the definition that we comply with in your zoning ordinance is a motor vehicle service station, because we both do fuel as well as repairs in their 3 repair bays. This was first approved by a variance in 1931, and then there were 7 instances since that the applicant was altering or expanding it and had to go to the Board of Adjustment, and they were approved 7 times in the course of its history. It's not that in the early days, the Board of Adjustment was not rogue in the sense that they only had the power in the 50s, like, to recommend to the governing body. So in those early days, the governing body had to endorse the recommendation that the Board of Adjustment granted. These days, you have the final say on it. This has been a part of the community for a long time. We have a new owner, a family that wants to upgrade the facility, having purchased it not too long ago. And the simplest way to describe the application is the applicant wants to remove one of the non-conforming components, meaning the repair bays, and replace it with a use that is a permitted use. Right now, the required amount of parking is 14 spaces according to the code, because it's so many spaces per repair bay, and per 2 for the 4, I guess, fueling locations. So technically, I think the parking requirement is going down from 14 to 13 spaces. But that's one of the items of relief that we need. As the board is well aware, there are a lot of improvements to this application in terms of the aesthetics, in terms of pedestrian traffic, and the operation in terms of where the refuse is going to be located. This is in the Watchung Plaza area, which is described in the master plan as a small-scale, dense village. The master plan recognizes that there were a variety of styles, and in fact, on this side of Watchung Avenue, it recognized that there's a different pattern here. You have open parking lots, you have buildings that are not necessarily historic in design. There is obviously the focus on the Watchung train station. So everyone recognizes that this is a very successful little downtown village. There's a lot of action here. I looked at the master plan, March 2023. I believe that there were a number of amendments, but township-wide, the goals were to support economic viability, maintain the scale and character in the diverse areas of the town. In terms of objectives, it wanted to provide convenient access for all residents for essential day-to-day goods and services. It wanted to encourage a wider mix of commercial uses through both zoning and redevelopment. It wanted to strengthen a neighborhood commercial center, and that's what I think we're doing here. And it wanted to encourage multiple stops. It used the phrase, it wanted to facilitate travel once, shop thrice behavior. So stop and do, drive your car, park, and do several things at a time. And indeed, that's kind of partly what this proposal is. In the master plan, this was recommended to be in a C4 village area that was eventually translated into the neighborhood commercial district. It characterized the area as having buildings right up at the front property line. It noted that most of the parking is behind the buildings, and again, that's pretty much characteristic of the other side of Watchung Avenue, rather than the side that we are on. It did talk about the gas station. It said that this doesn't fit that pattern that's there, and it's obvious that the nature of a gas station is you have the parking and the car activity in the front rather than in the back. If this were just a retail use, like the other retail uses or restaurants, in many cases there's no parking on site, or the parking is not in the front. In terms of the proposals, it said that they would accommodate buildings up to 3 stories, first floor commercial, 2 residential above it, fairly healthy density, 28 residential units per acre. It said that that the uses that are prohibited now could be continued to be prohibited. So we're a prohibited use. There was a lot of discussion about parking, and it recognized that requiring suburban parking standards, where everyone parks on their own site, is not appropriate for this area. It says it's hindering, if you required anyone to come in to provide the code amount of parking on the property, you wouldn't have this business district because it'd be so spread out, you couldn't walk from one building to the other. So it suggested that on smaller lots to eliminate the need to provide on-site parking. So that was a master plan recommendation to not make this like a suburban area where each lot has the full amount of parking. It recognized that there are public parking lots and parking on the street. The items of relief that we need, this zone does allow mixed-use buildings. It allows retail stores. It does not allow automobile service stations. They're specifically referenced as a prohibited use. If this were a vacant lot and the applicant would come in with a conforming use, the new building would have to be 20 feet back, but it could be 3 stories tall. And what I want to emphasize about this is right now, while this is a very active use, it's open. When you're at the intersection, you can see a lot of areas because the canopy obviously is raised high and the building is in back. If someone came in with a building just 20 feet back from the property line, that would block a lot of the open sense of this intersection. And as the board is aware, this is a new light fixture. It's only been around, 6 months, so I think people are still adjusting to it. And it's recognized that this is not a traditional just crossroads area. It's a complicated intersection. As I mentioned, that if you read just the parking standards today, you either need 13 or 14 spaces. I guess you need let's see. You would need 12 spaces for the 3 bays, and you would need 1 space, I'll correct myself, for the 2 pumps. So right now, the parking requirement is 13 spaces for the current use. For the proposed use, it happens to be the same, although we obviously don't have that full amount of parking. One subtlety is that while this is generically referred to as a non-conforming use, it's not the classic non-conforming use that was here before there was a zoning ordinance or that they changed it. This is a use that doesn't conform, but it's there because of a variance that was granted back in 1931, and 7 instances after that, the Board of Adjustment either approved or recommended approval to, at that time, I guess it would be the town commissioners, because we changed the form of government. The parent variance that we need and why we're before you is the D variance. We're talking about a use, we're modifying a use that is not permitted. I'm going to argue that we meet the standards for the D1 variance. That's the so-called Medici case, where we have to show that there's some public purposes advanced, where there has to be particular suitability, and we have to meet the negative criteria under the enhanced burden of proof. This is not the classic Medici case. This is not a site that is either vacant, that we're introducing a prohibited use, or that we're tearing down a permitted use and putting in a prohibited use. There's already an impact from the fact that this is a gas station. So it's not the classic Medici case, but I'm going to hopefully provide an argument that we would meet that high Medici standard. So service stations are not permitted anywhere in the municipality. And I don't think you should necessarily conclude that that means that it would be great for the public to remove all gas stations from Montclair. The answer is it is not a permitted use. You can do auto repair in the C2 zone along whatever Walnut Street, but there are gas stations that are not permitted in any zone in the municipality. Because this has been approved by variances, the property owner has a right to continue. Not expand, but the applicant has the right to continue this use. And that's just one of his property rights as he purchased the property. The applicant wants to adjust to modern service stations, and as already indicated, new cars go to the dealership. They're more sophisticated in repairs. It's hard to find repairmen. Cars are more reliable than they were in the past. They're more electric cars. There is an established trend to have this composite use of a gas station and a convenience store. And as Betsy Dolan mentioned last time, the Institute of Traffic Engineers has developed categories where because so many of these around, they've measured the traffic activity that's generated. And actually, they have 2 tiers of combination centers. There's now a special tier where there are 10 or more fueling locations. So that's your classic Wawa or Quick Check. So we are removing the repair use. which in my opinion is the most inappropriate use for the area. It means that there are overhead doors that are open, there's noise, they use hazardous materials, liquids associated with cars and lubrication, there's noise involved, there are cars that are waiting for repair, sitting on the property. While that's historically been part of this business, from a land use point of view, especially in an area that is a high pedestrian activity area, that's the most obnoxious part of the business, in my opinion. We're removing that, which is a good thing. I'm going to argue that this meets the Medici standard, although, again, there's already an impact from a gas station use there, and we're adding a permitted use. So I find that there are several purposes of the municipal land use law that are advanced, and these are purposes A, C, G, and I. So A talks about encouraging the most appropriate use or development of lands in a manner that promotes the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. I think this is an appropriate use because it's both uses are convenience uses. There's a convenience retail store and there is a gas station. And what I want to emphasize by the word convenience is this is not like a hair salon where I have an appointment at 3 o'clock and I'm going to be there for an hour and a half, and regardless of how busy it is, I'm going there. This is a convenience use where if you happen to approach the gas station and there are a lot of people there that are lined up at the pumps, you simply bypass it. You're not obligated to go in. And I think that's a characteristic on this small site that's important, because most people are going here because they're going in that direction, they're doing multiple stops, and they're not obligated to approach the property at a time that it might be very busy. The second issue is to provide light, air, and open space. Again, if you look at what the zoning ordinance anticipated, potentially 3-story buildings there. Yes, you have a canopy that's close to the front, but it's open so that a truck can drive underneath it. That's one of the more open corners, except for the park area. And if you can imagine, if there was a building right up to the corner, that would, I think, be detrimental to the operation of this busy intersection. Purpose G talks about providing sufficient space in an appropriate location. And here, it's clearly a corner lot. It happens to now be a signalized intersection, so there is some control, spacing of traffic as a result of that signalization. And again, the applicant's making changes that acknowledge the amount of both pedestrian and bicycle traffic in the area. Purpose A talks about promoting a desirable visual environment. Dressing up the building, dressing up the site, these are all important considerations, and I think anybody looking at the plans and the renderings would conclude that this is clearly a significant visual improvement. The use is particularly suited to the site because this has always been a gas station, and this is the modification of gas stations all around the country. That again, because of the sophistication of cars, you go to the dealer. The dealers the gas stations have recognized that it's basically a retail use. I have to bring my car in to get it filled, but they're selling products there, and it dovetails with the convenience. And again, along the highways, it's hard to see someone that just does a gas station without any retail component. All the major retailers in New Jersey, one of the most potent land uses are the Quick Checks, the Wawas. There's Royal stations in South Jersey where they have, I guess, very good chicken, apparently. So they're expanding. We're not doing the chicken here. In terms of the negative criteria, we're removing the most obnoxious component of this use, and from a land use point of view, it's the repair use. They use hazardous fluids. It produces noise. There are safety concerns when you're working on an automobile. There are cars that are waiting for repairs, sitting on the property. That's not the type of use that ought to be in. In fact, the only zone that you permit that in is your C2 zone, which was the old manufacturing zone. Again, the master plan, wanted things in scale. Again, this is a 1- and 2-story building. It's very typical of the nature of development in the area. There's no real architectural theme, as already testified, if you walk the area. What's amazing to me is it's turned into a restaurant heaven. There's no other convenience store in the area now, but the majority of stores happen to be restaurants there. And I hadn't walked it recently, but I walked it again, and I was just astounded at the number of restaurants here. The master plan recognizes that suburban parking standards are not appropriate. They impinge upon a developer in terms of discourage improvements to the property if you require the full complement of parking on the site. So there are a number of conditions that have evolved in the discussion. The applicant indicates the hours of operation. This indeed is a busy area, but I think the improvements that have been proposed, some of them coached by the board, is a significant benefit to the municipality. And in my opinion, they can be approved without substantial detriment to the public good and without substantial impairment of both the zone plan and the zoning ordinance.
Okay. You covered the D variance.
Yes, now, we have parking in the front yard, and that's the nature of a gas station. It's always been there. It's the very nature of the use to have parking in front of the building. There are issues, I think the parking now has been pulled back from Watchung, so we meet the 4-foot setback. There's the issue of the trash enclosure that's supposed to be 20 feet back. Now, first of all, this is, I think Mr. Sullivan would agree with me, you never set a precedent by approving a variance, because each property is unique. That's kind of hornbook law in the planning business. Someone said, you granted it to them, so I want my trash bin, at the property line. That's not a reason. Because every piece of property is unique. Here we have a situation where it's very active in front. This is a hidden area with the trash, and provided it's managed appropriate, it's in one of the best places. Where else would you put it with a 20-foot setback? You would lose parking. You would have it close to a traveling aisle. It would be in the view of the public. So while it's a tight location, if it's well managed, in my opinion, can be justified in that location. And again, the zoning regulations didn't anticipate a gas station here. It's not permitted. These were intended for retail on the first floor, offices, residential on the second floor, clearly not designed to apply to a gas station. They don't fit gas stations. That's not the nature of a gas station.
Okay. So with respect to those C variances, would it be your opinion that those would be justified under section C2?
Well, I would say if you look at it separately, yes, under C2, but part of it is it's integrated into the nature of the use. I've never seen a gas station that didn't have parking in front of it. Access to the aisles and to the store. That's just the nature of the beast. So the C variances, except for the refuse area, is really part of the use variance. It's inherent with the use variance. But I think you can also look at it as that the public benefits substantially outweigh the detriments.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Simon?
No questions.
All right. Mr. Church?
No questions.
Mr. Caulfield?
You went through for the D variance, A, C, G, and I.
Yes.
I heard A and G. What is C and I?
G talks about providing sufficient space in an appropriate location for a variety of different types of uses. And I talks about to promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement.
Okay. Without the repair shop and just the gas station, would there be any parking need?
If the applicant closed the repair station, we would meet the parking requirement.
Okay.
Because actually, we would, because there are two pumps, if we close the repair station, your code says we would need one parking space.
Okay. So, your discussion is that the gas station came and then he is putting in a convenience store, and then we have to revisit this again in the sense that since history has happened, the gas station's happened, and that's just the way it is about. But now we have to all kind of like red flags come up when we're wanting to expand that use. Is that correct?
Well, again, your review memo classifies this as a D1 variance, that we're proposing a use that's not permitted in the zone. And the more accurate review of this, it's a modification of the gas station use because we're removing one of the prohibited uses and we're replacing it with a use that's permitted. I think from a practical point of view, this is a D2 variance, kind of a modification of a non-conforming use, but I'm taking the worst case scenario because I think we can justify it under the Medici case.
Let me ask you a question about that. Okay, so a D2 variance is the expansion of a pre-existing non-conforming use, which is a defined term, which you already said it doesn't comply because the use is created by variance. So isn't it, there's no question it's a D1 use variance.
I'm agreeing that it's a D1 variance, but it's not, my point is, it's not a classic D1 variance.
That I would agree with, yes.
Okay. I agree with that. So, gas stations 20 years ago would have gas station and repair shop. That has all changed. Now we're moving into a situation that gas stations will have convenience stores without the repair. So, in some sense, there are kind of like two uses that are being continued in the modern day of what gas stations are, correct? That
yeah, there's things evolve.
Yes, exactly.
And this is an evolution because the nature of automobiles, both electric and sophistication of repairs, the ability to secure good mechanics, and it has become an established land use. There's some not Montclair, but there's some municipalities that recognize this composite as a separate use. And there are a few court cases out there that characterize it as a new use. Now, from a traffic point of view, as Betsy Dolan mentioned, it's clearly now for, probably 10 years, a separate land use category that they measure simply because it's such a common use today. I don't know anyone that's creating, I'm trying to think over the last 20 years, can you remember anyone that simply built a auto repair garage. I mean, I've seen, the only specialty is, auto body shops. Someone will have an auto body shop, but that's a whole separate thing. You need state licensing and the whole bit.
Gotcha.
But this is simply a common use, and it's an evolution of the gas station industry.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Moore?
What stays on my mind is just, safety. We've got a gas station on one hand and then a convenience retail space on the other,
Yep.
right? What safety measures have gone
Well,
into place with this?
again-
Is there a sprinkler system? And this may be just a random question, but is there a sprinkler system inside of the?
I don't know if the building is large enough to require a sprinkler. It's not required
And being that
because of the
it's,
size of the building.
okay. Even though it's connected to the gas station?
Now, this is the other thing, there are many municipalities that say gas stations got to be 1,000 feet apart.
Mm-hmm.
And that's been around for, 80 years. And the reason is, gas stations occasionally had fires. That's a somewhat rare occasion nowadays. And especially with, the reason for separation is largely a traffic issue. You don't want one station right next to another station, or you don't like four at the four corners of the intersection.
Right.
But the reason for separating gas stations in terms of, fire safety are not there anymore, because these are, it's been so improved now. There are automatic shutoffs on the pumps. People are trained. You can drive away, with the nozzle still in your car, and it won't, keep on flowing. So it's not like the movie The Birds with Hitchcock. That is a rare occurrence.
Okay. And when will the gas stations be refilled?
What do you mean, the tanker trucks?
Yes.
It was mentioned, I think, typically at 2 times a week, if I recall. And and during the low peak hours.
Okay.
You mentioned.
Thank you.
Mr. Cruz?
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening. I'm trying to get a sense of the evolution of this lot, because looking at the planner's report, it seems like it's been through, like, I wouldn't even imagine that, less than 100 years ago that they would prohibit blacksmithing and horseshoeing. And so I see that one of the prohibited uses was a motor vehicle service station. And looking at the history, in alignment with that 1931 decision, they denied the sale of motor vehicles, but they allowed the rental and leasing of motor vehicles. So I'm not sure when in the history they started servicing vehicles.
Well, I suspect that this was always an issue of servicing, because that was gas stations at the time. You could always buy products, a can of oil. You could always buy products. What gas station didn't have a cigarette vending machine, back then, or a soda machine? So there was always a retail component. But again, it's a reflection of evolution of the industry. Some gas stations would repair their own cars and then want to sell them, so you needed a state motor vehicle license to do that. There's a large industry in terms of renting cars, and your ordinance still now allows, let me give you the section, even though this is not a permitted use, your ordinance, 34715, allows as a conditional use the rental of automobiles, vans, and trailers. So that's a recognition that this was coming up. We're not doing that.
Right.
But again, it's a reflection of how the industry has evolved over time.
Certainly, and I can certainly appreciate the evolution of the gas station from when it was installed. I was just trying to get a sense of, because it specifically said that motor vehicle servicing was prohibited, and somewhere along the timeline, vehicles were serviced at that location. I was just trying to figure out that piece of the history.
When in the definition, you have two definitions in your ordinance. You have a motor vehicle repair station. So that was primarily repairs, but as an accessory use, you could dispense gasoline. But you have a definition, and I'm guessing this might not have existed in 1931, but you have a specific definition of a motor vehicle service station, which focuses on the retail dispensing of vehicular fuels, and it says, because this has been updated, or charging of electric vehicles, and includes as an accessory use minor repairs.
Okay. That's the piece.
So the focus shifted.
Right.
Repair means you repair, but you can pump a little gas. The motor vehicle service station, which I would classify this as, is primarily dispensing of fuels, but there is an accessory component of repairs.
Okay. Yeah, and I was just trying to make sense of how they prohibited the sale of vehicles, but they allowed the selling of
When I was the planner here, I got in a fight with Mr. Zeus, who owned the place, because he wanted to sell vehicles from it.
Right.
And I was the zoning officer then, and I said he couldn't do it. And he got angry.
He got angry at me too, so that's any comfort.
Still comfort.
And then I guess just if you could just offer one more time your strongman argument for why the convenience store fits with the evolution of this property.
Well, first of all, it is a strong trend in the industry. If you want to continue to pump gas, that's not a good business model. It happens to be a permitted use in the zone, so it's a good thing to have a convenience store there. Again, if this applicant came in with just a convenience store, we would be before the planning board. We wouldn't need a D variance. And there is no other convenience store in that area now. It will be used. It's going to generate interest from, kids. But the answer is, it makes this gas station a viable use. And there's been a tremendous amount of discussion of morphing the site plan to try to accomplish all these goals. In any site plan, there is a compromise of principles. If you ask the refuse truck driver, what's the best site plan, he would say something like, I can drive around the building and not get out of my truck to pick up the trash. That might be a good goal, but a site plan is always a compromise, and this is a small site, so as you can sense from the struggle, some of goals have to be compromised for other goals.
Right. And then just two more questions. One, I know Watchung Plaza is a very unique type of commercial district. I was wondering if you could perhaps think of any, comparable.
My town, Maplewood, the Maplewood Village, is a hot place. People are now complaining about parking. Why? Because it's very successful. Right. And that's even with a closed movie theater. There's, it's a very vibrant downtown. And again, because it's not a county road, it's on a bend on the street, so there's a sense of enclosure, much like Church Street in Montclair here. It's a wonderful little business district, very successful.
Yeah. And then I guess my last question would be, I appreciate the practicality of the gas servicing stalls to be, in effect, parking stalls. It's very, very common for people to park, get gas, go to the convenience store, go back into their car. But in terms of the planning or the zoning of that type of space, how is the zoning aspect of a gas stall parking space characterized?
Well, it's the nature of the beast. Again, you want to have an easy connection from the street to the fueling location. There are only 2 pumps here, but again, both sides of the pump get to fuel.
Right.
It's simply the nature. I suppose you could require people to go into the building and purchase gallons of gas, but the answer is that's not the way it works.
Right.
So it's simply the nature of the gas station use. You recall old photos where there was a convenience store and then a little pump sitting out in front. So that's historically been the nature of it, simply because you got to bring your car close to the pump.
Well, I guess what I meant more so is, I guess more so maybe like in like an ADA, like handicap sense or whatever, that because it's not a technically regulated stall per se, even though the use is.
Well, but the convenience is you get to sit in your car and tell the person to fill your tank. Now, the sidewalk that is being proposed is an ADA accessible sidewalk, so the applicant is paying attention to that. But it's, again, one of the themes in your master plan is it's good to stop and do multiple things with your car in that location. So the master plan endorses that kind of activity. Now, you're right, person gets out of the car, they're now exposed to something else going on, but it's a short walk from there. And again, it's simply the nature of the beast.
Sure.
Anybody that goes to a gas station knows that phenomenon.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I do it all the time. Thank you.
Mr. Griffith?
I have no questions.
Yes, Mr. Simon?
As of today, it's currently, repairs are allowed at that location. They
Yes,
just choose not to.
this is a 3-bay gas station.
Right. So in the event that this would not be approved, and they chose to do some other kind of automotive service, like in my thoughts, I'm thinking not a repair shop, but maybe something customized, like where they put the vinyl wraps on a car. Would that be considered a repair?
I haven't thought about that. That's debatable whether it's repair. I mean, someone could come into a gas station and change the nature of their headlights for style reasons as opposed to just safety. So it's if they exclusively did, I'm not sure that would be permitted.
It would not be.
Yeah, it's a little bit outside of the repair, and because there are businesses that specialize, like in rewrapping size. There's I testified years ago, I think in the south end of Montclair, that someone does this, the logo wrapping of vehicles. Not a repair, that's a special area. If someone did like, upholstery of cars, that probably is a different use than simple automobile repair. So I haven't thought about it, but my 5-second analysis is it may not be in the category of repairs.
Because my question, this is probably for Mr. Singh, if this wasn't approved, what would you do with the space?
Well, it's clearly designed to repair vehicles. Right. I'm guessing he would continue to repair vehicles as best he can. And again, as you know, bay doors are open, the cars are waiting there for repairs. They, got to wait for the insurance company to say they'll cover it. It's the worst part. We all need repairs to our cars, but from a land use point of view, it's the worst part of the business.
Right. Thank you.
I have an additional question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
So the proposal to convert the existing automobile repair and service station to a retail convenience store, is this structure going to be demoed completely?
Could it be, pardon?
No,
They're keeping the structure. The only thing it's adding is the partial second story and the stairway in the back. Everything else is the same.
Mm-hmm. But they're proposing to expand the existing one-story structure slightly, right?
Right, and again, that's the office for one of the members of the family that will be occasionally used, but it's an office just for this use. It's not like a regional office.
Sure.
And it's not separate from the gas station. It's not going to be rented as a separate office.
I'm thinking about, like, if there's disturbance of ground, right? So like, are you doing a perk test, a hazardous material test?
Uh,
because there's
I'm not
oil and you're
well,
doing-
the site is already, there's groundwater contamination on the site, and it's already being remedied and
Okay.
modernized. As indicated, there is no, they're not going to dig down for like a stormwater detention basin.
Okay.
Because they're keeping the amount of impervious coverage the same or less, they don't have to do detention, so they don't have to go dig it into the ground.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right, just again, a couple of questions. This would not be the first gas station convenience store in Montclair, as I understand it.
No, the only, actually, the one that's permitted, I guess, is the Shell station in the redevelopment area.
On Bloomfield Avenue, yes.
Yeah.
So, based on your experience, not the argument for, but the argument against, I mean, has it been proven that there's anything particularly problematic about having such gas station convenience stores in a community like Montclair, or particularly in a small area like Watchung Plaza?
I'm not sure I understood your question.
Is there anything in your experience that would speak to what would be sort of a negative impact that a convenience store / gas station would have in a area like Watchung Plaza?
Well, the best way I can say, if this were a vacant lot, I don't think there would be a justification for putting a gas station there. But what you have to keep in mind is that the current use is legal, and it's not legal because it predated the ordinance. It's legal because 7 times this board said you not only can put a gas station there, but you can put a canopy on it, you can change this, you can change that. So there's a recognition that it's a valuable part of the community.
Okay, so I think the question is perhaps leans more towards the convenience store aspect of it as opposed to the gas station, which is because that would be the new feature here.
It's the new feature, but
and-
it's the permitted use. You
Of
would
course,
think
of
the
course,
public
yeah.
policy is, we want that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I just want to be clear in terms of whether or not there's any history that says that, when you put a convenience store to what is already established as a gas station, is there any history that lends to sort of a negative activity or negative experience that we should be aware of?
Well, there are more customers that will come because there's a use, again, at the moment, there's no competition for convenience goods in the Watchung Plaza area. It's an astounding amount of restaurants there, and when you need reservations to go eat, that's not a convenience use.
Okay.
It's a planned use.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard you mention a couple of times in this hearing that there is no other convenience store located in this area, and technically, I mean, I guess based on the actual design of what's before us, that would be true. But in terms of the type of items that would be for sale within this convenience store, would those items not be available in other establishments within that area?
Well, I ate a bagel today, down the street. So the answer is I bought food there, but that's a different type of use because they don't, I can go there and buy water and soda and other things. So that's an example of where and there's a pizza place, so you can go in and buy soda. But to buy a half-gallon of milk, paper towels, those kind of convenience items are not to be found right now in this area.
What about in the case of fuel shortage, for example? If we were to, we've had times within the last 10 to 15 years in which there have been fuel shortages, which has translated into long lines of cars waiting to be serviced.
It's possible, and I was working in town when there was that major fuel shortage, and the problem is, not the problem, you don't plan, that's not how you do a site plan. For an example, no one would build a shopping center for the amount of parking you need on Black Friday, because that paved area would be worthless for most of the year. So the typical is you design for the 85th percentile, knowing that there's sometimes, you know, when you're not going to have enough parking. You know, if my daughter gets married at my house, I'm not going to have enough parking for people at my house. Those rare events, you don't design a site plan for it because it's not efficient.
Okay. And then the last question I have is, we, in the previous hearing, we had raised a question about architectural fit, given the sort of the neighborhood, and is it your assessment that what is being proposed fits this neighborhood?
Well,
or
the answer is, I think fitting is largely a personal taste. Number one, across the street is where the historic district is, and there are a few Tudor-esque buildings, but not a real dominant style there. If you look on our side of the street, you know, the vet hospital, the post office, there is no theme at all. So what is good aesthetic to me is dressing up the building to look like it was a new building. You know, to have a well thought out color pattern and style that tells the public this is a nice, clean, well-maintained station. That's the aesthetic improvement, because I think for as many architects there are, you could propose a variety of styles, and someone could say there just isn't a dominant pattern there. So it gets a little bit into personal taste, as opposed to in a historic district, you can write rules. It would be hard to write rules for that side of the street.
All right, thank you. So let's now turn to members of the public. If you have questions, please, you're welcome, sir. Please.
You're also welcome to like form a line behind him if other people want to.
A whole line? No.
Scared you, didn't it?
I did.
Jay Turner, 274 Park Street. There were several things I wanted to ask you about. You had mentioned, I think, the benefit of a convenience store to the community.
Yes.
Were you aware that there was a convenience store across the street within 75 feet of the proposed location that went out of business?
I had heard that there was a store there, gone by the time I studied the area, but I had heard that there is no longer a convenience store in the neighborhood.
So maybe it's fair to say that it went out of business because the need wasn't there?
I would disagree with that, because this is a use that would be a much more convenient use to use, because there's on-site parking for this convenience store.
Yeah, there was parking in the back.
But again, if it's in view, it's much more accessible. So I don't know why that store closed, but this combination is known to be a better business model.
Okay, so you're saying maybe if it was a better business model, it could have survived?
I don't know the reason they closed.
Okay.
Maybe the owner didn't have a relative that wanted to care. I don't know why it closed.
Okay, so going with that same theme, are you aware that there's currently an auto repair shop directly across the street from Mr. Singh's gas station called Montclair Motors?
Yes.
Okay. They have a very vibrant business. I just had to wait 4 days for them to fix my car. I guess so if you're going to apply that same logic, maybe if Mr. Singh did a better job, he could have more customers to work on their cars. Maybe it's not a dying industry. Maybe he just needs to refine his approach. Would that be fair, based on your...
That's not fair.
No?
Because that's not the trend of the gas station industry. And I think it's generically hard to have an auto repair business with a loyal following. It's a business that, people go to different auto repair shops because they're not confident of the repairs they get. If this application isn't approved, I'm presuming that the automobile repair business will continue there. and I think that would be the wrong direction.
I see. You had mentioned when you were giving your presentation, you called the intersection of Park Street and Watchung to be a complicated intersection. Was that a euphemism for dangerous?
No, it's a complicated intersection that's been recently improved. And again, it takes a while to, for the public to adjust to the system. It's not.
Well, do you know how many wrecks were there last year?
I don't know how many wrecks there were. That's not my job.
Well, there were
My-
10. Do you know how many people were?
Mr. Turner.
Do you know how many
Mr.
people
Turner,
were hit there?
Mr.
He's
Turner,
referring to the
let-
intersection.
Mr.
I'm just
Turner,
asking
hold
him.
on. Let Mr. Steck answer the question, then you can answer your next question.
All right.
I don't know how many accidents were there. It is a complicated intersection. It was.
What do you mean by complicated?
It's not a straight crossroads where the streets are 90 degrees from one another. There are 5 streets that come together here. They're not in perfect alignment, so it's a complicated intersection.
Would it be fair to say that the exit from the gas station would be another point of entry? So maybe instead of 5, you would say 6?
No.
Well, I noticed on your plan, and thank you very much. This was great. I really appreciate it. But if you go to page 2 of the plan, do you guys have one?
You're referring to what we marked as exhibit, the most recent exhibit?
Yes, sir, I am.
A5, yes.
I noticed on page 2, there's an omission of the picture of the gas station. When you are in the gas station, top picture, when you're in the gas station and you will be exiting towards Watchung, there is now a sign put up by either the county or the town that's telling you that you can only make a right-hand turn out of that gas station.
That's because it was put in after December 13th of last year.
Yes, sir, I'm not suggesting that you are doing anything nefarious. I'm just pointing out that it's not in your picture, and I think it's important because it's kind of the canary in the coal mine, just like the traffic lights. It indicates there's a problem. You don't put up a sign unless there's a problem, do you?
Well, you put up a sign to better direct traffic, and one of the major things that's happening here is the driveway aprons are being narrowed, so there is more of a regulated flow. The county is in charge of this intersection. They had a Lee Klein studied it. They adopted that study. The county, at least for the moment, believes that this is a better alternative the way they've done it.
Well, making it better than before isn't necessarily a high bar, is it?
Can I just make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Aren't these questions more appropriate for our traffic expert who previously testified and will testify again?
Mr. Tremulak, I'm just asking him questions off of his comments.
And I'm
Right.
making.
He's the one that made the comment. I'm asking him a question on what he said.
Excuse me.
And I'm.
How could the traffic expert respond to what he
I
said?
wasn't speaking with you, I
What-
was speaking to the
yes,
chair. I
yes.
made a comment.
Yes. I think the questions that you're asking are appropriate questions. But in the next hearing, we will have the traffic expert returning here to respond to these types of questions.
That's fine, sir. I'll stop, but respectfully, I'm just asking him questions about what he said in his
No,
presentation.
I understand.
And the document that he provided.
Yes, I understand.
Right.
Thank you.
So, Gerald Fears, 259 Park Street. So it was interesting. I too knew Mr. Zeus and his wife of blessed memory. She was a nice lady. Now, can you help me if I assume you had to deal with all of this also? I remember them telling me that they wanted to put in a convenience store. And then
Who's them?
the owners of the gas
Oh, okay.
station.
All right.
But that it was going to be allowed, so then they were going to, I thought, sell it, but that it was going to become a drive-in bank. And that was turned down by this board. That change of usage was turned down. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
And that was, do you know the reason for that?
I presume it was in the resolution. I-
Okay, because what I was told was traffic.
Well, as you know, banking has changed significantly. It used to be that when you studied banks, you looked at the line on Friday afternoon when everyone was cashing their check. That doesn't exist anymore. But whatever, the board turned it down. The applicant, the owner wanted to put in a bank with a drive-through component, and it was turned down, and I presume traffic was one of the issues.
And you would make a distinction between that kind of traffic and the traffic on mornings when business is busiest and people are picking up coffee on the way to work and stuff?
The difference is that this applicant is entitled to keep the current gas station use because of past variances. And that was an opportunity to erase the gas station use, but the board made a decision at that time that it didn't meet the statutory criteria.
Right, but make sure I'm understanding what you would testify to, that the gas station use they permitted was what had been grandfathered with the various variances, but the convenience store use is not something in D1, I believe it was categorized, that is permitted.
Well, I don't believe, my recollection is a bank with well, first of all, they don't permit offices on the first floor in this zone, and that was a prohibited use. We're putting it with a drive-through. We're adding a use that happens to be a permitted use in the zone, so that's a big difference.
Even though it's not a permitted use for that
Convenience stores
place.
are permitted in this zone. The problem is that this is in combination with a gas station.
Right, so it's not permitted with that combination, okay, in that particular location. Okay, the other questions I have, because I'll wait for the traffic coordinator, have to do with the testimony of Paul, the crossing guard,
All right, thank
who
you.
has something to say.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay.
I hope I can, Claire Ciliata, 279 Park Street. I hope I can phrase this accurately. So my question, we keep using the word convenience store, and frankly, I have no idea what that really means in regard to this convenience store, because I have been in many convenience stores in my life associated with gas stations, and they all have some similar products, but some very different. So my concern is that right now, if you go to CVS after school, there's 900 book bags dropped and a swarm of kids in CVS after school every day buying candy, okay? My concern again is that that will be transferred to this convenience store if that is one of the major things that it is selling. Candy, soda, stuff like that. So that means that you're going to have a tribe of children, because every time I go to CVS at that time, there are 15, 20 kids.
Is there a
What's
question
the-
coming
Yes,
from
so my
the-
question is, you keep using the word convenience. I have no idea what is being sold in this convenience store, and that would be germane to some of my questions. I can't ask questions if I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
What's
Steck,
in
can
the
you
store?
respond to that, please?
The applicant can correct me, but first of all, the category is retail. They're selling things by retail.
Yes.
They're not selling exercise machines.
No,
They're not
no, I
selling
understand that.
furniture. It's things that people use almost on a daily basis. Milk, candy, paper plates.
Cigarettes?
Cigarettes.
Vaping?
I don't know if
Well, that
they're
me
anticipating.
neither. That's what I'm asking. I
But
don't know
that's a
what they're
different
selling.
issue. If it's permitted, the applicant may want to volunteer, certain limitations, but convenience goods that are legal to sell, the applicant proposes to sell them.
Okay. Again, I think it's germane, but if the law says it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter, but I think it should.
All right, thank you. All right. Yes, thank you.
We got a lot of questions. Donna Pickett, 255 Park Street. Okay, I think I'm going to ask about this D1 and D2, just so I understand. And you're an expert, you've worked here, and
Do you mind just raising the
oh, I'm
microphone?
sorry. And I appreciate that. I appreciate your details on, quoting the master plan and your experience. But I do have a question, because we're going back and forth, and I just wanted to understand the difference between D1 and D2. What is this? A D1, since 1931, it's a prohibited use? Is that?
These are sections of the state law.
Yeah.
They're different paragraphs. And D1 is someone that is proposing a use that is prohibited in the district, either a use or a principal structure that's prohibited in the district. That's a D1 use.
And in 1931, this became a D1, is that correct?
Well, the regulations in even the more later decisions didn't say what type of a D variance it was. It said it was a use that wasn't permitted. And there might, but the current law says that if you're proposing a use that isn't permitted in the zone, and it's not there, it's a D1 variance. If you have a legal non-conforming use that might have predated the ordinance, and the ordinance changed, maybe it was permitted at one time and the ordinance changed to prohibit it, when you're modifying a legal non-conforming use by intensifying it or expanding it, that's a D2 variance, and the proofs are not as strict. It's easier to get.
For the D2?
Yes.
Okay. So, I think I'm saying this right. In chapter 347-112, where it states, when it's non-conforming uses shall not be expanded or increased or enlarged.
That's not the case here.
Okay, well,
Okay, they need a D1 use variance.
Right, so, well, I'm asking, because
That's
I want
for
to make sure that I
non-conforming
understand
use.
this.
This is a use that's approved, for starters, this is approved, use that was approved by variance. So that's a little bit of a different category. But I'm acknowledging that this is a D1, and the lead case is called the Medici case. That's the standard that the board has to
So this doesn't
follow.
apply, so we're not expanding or increasing? Okay. Okay. So you had mentioned before, you used the word detrimental, that you didn't feel like this design and proposal of this use of this convenience store would be detrimental. And I have the town plan here, and I've read it, and they don't put weight on that town plan. And I know you've been a town planner for a long time. It's nice that we've done this beautification and its improvements to the area, but I think the weight
Is
on.
there a question?
Yeah, the question is, when you said you don't feel that it's detrimental, you meant to the safety of the pedestrians? What did you mean by that?
I meant in all aspects that because this is a use that can continue, and it has detrimental effects in terms of, in my opinion, repairing automobiles there, that there is no substantial detriment to either the master plan, the zoning ordinance, or
But can I'm
public
sorry just to
good.
interrupt you, but yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I have to differ with you, because in the master plan, it does talk about the walkability and the safety of our pedestrians, and I think that this project is detrimental for that neighborhood. And by the way, there's 6 points of ingress and egress, not 5, just for the record,
Yeah,
at
but
Watchung
can you
Plaza.
frame that as a question, please?
So here's the next question. What are the 7 variances? I mean, you emphasized that a couple times, so it must be significant. So since 1931, what are the 7 variances for that?
I don't know if you read the review memo.
No.
Okay, there's a review memo that lists the variance. So
Okay, I can, if you could tell me where that is it on the portal?
Yeah.
Okay, I can get it.
It's the latest is March 18th, and on the second page, it lists all of the actions. There are 7 approvals, and there are
But
three
see,
denials.
they have to be minor. I've lived there and owned a house there since 1996, and I would think they're kind of minor.
Well, it wasn't minor in 1931, because there wasn't a
Well,
gas
I
station there.
wasn't born then. I don't think I.
And it modified the building in 1932. It allowed the construction of an addition to the building in 35. In 1951, it allowed the installation of a new gasoline storage tank. In 55, it replaced the existing building with a new one-story building, so that's a wholesale replacement. And in 1970, it granted a use, or at that time, a special exception to permit the rental of passenger motor vehicles.
That's minor. Okay, so I have another question.
And then the canopy was approved in 1989.
Yeah, it's just a little minor. I just want to make sure they weren't major, so
I
everyone
would
understands
consider
that.
replacing the building pretty major.
Well, this one is, yes. This is major. So a
No,
question,
let's
come on.
not
I have-
argue back and forth. Try and keep your comments to yourself
I
and
have-
ask a question,
Yeah,
please.
here's the next question. So why wouldn't, when, I can't see that far because I have my glasses on. Mr. McCullough asked the
Yes.
question, or maybe you asked the question, about if this did not get approved, and they did repairs for cars, for the upholstery, that would be, I mean, that would be acceptable, wouldn't it? Because that's a repair.
I haven't studied that. I've looked at the current application. I can tell you that what has historically gone on the property, which is automobile repairs, can continue ad infinitum.
Okay, let me just see if I have any other questions. Your comment about the aesthetics, you know, and they are mixed. But I know you said that they're mixed, but looking at this historic area and you being involved in the town, wouldn't you consider that we should adhere more to the Tudorish type of design?
Number one,
Since
this is
it's
not
smack
in a
dab looking
historic
at the trains.
district.
Okay, sorry.
That, you know, it's hard, I suppose you could, I'm not an architect, but the Tudor architecture was intended to be a residential style. This happens to be a gas station. And it seems to be kind of forcing an architectural style on a use that was never Tudor in its style. The Tudor is a residential
Well,
style.
the plaza, you know, Watchung Plaza in Upper Montclair, the design years ago, what is that Tudor style? And this looks smack dab at the
Well, I
train
think-
station and
I
smack
think
dab
Mr.
across the street.
I think Mr. Steck has
Yeah.
answered your question.
Okay, I had some more questions. We talked about beautification. Let's just see what else you said. Hold on. So now, is this appropriate? This is my last question that I wanted to ask the architect, but,
This is the planner.
yeah, I know. And so you said I have to ask the planner, so I, want to talk about.
Just ask the question, please.
yeah.
Just go ahead and ask the
Oh,
question.
so I can, okay. So do you really think that with the amount of pedestrians that are in that area, that this really adheres to our town plan?
Yes.
The way, and tell me the reason why.
That's what I've been talking about for the last 45 minutes. Because it's a heavily pedestrian area. The applicant is managing pedestrian traffic through the site. The applicant is shrinking the driveway aprons, the applicant is defining the edge of the site with landscaping. All of those, in my opinion, are pedestrian improvements.
But you did mention, with that said, you did mention that this is a car-centric gas station. People are coming in, getting gas in at a convenience store, so that does intensify more cars and...
The traffic expert indicated that there's going to be more traffic because of these improvements.
So we will be, I think your question is appropriate for the next hearing. And so we'll be able to dedicate, I think, sufficient time for the traffic study and related questions. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was my last question.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. So, Mr. Tremblay, how would you like to proceed? You want to ask?
Just quickly,
Yes.
did you, Mr. Steck, quickly, did you go through the resolution in 2009? Did you read that at all?
At one time I did, yes.
Okay. And we're at the same juncture here today. It's the same case technically. Did you
No,
get that?
it's not the
It's not the
same
same
case,
case?
no.
Why? Because it's grandfathered?
No, because that was for a bank
No,
application.
this is 2009, that was 2006.
You said, first you said the bank case. Did you look at the
I
bank
did not say
resolution?
bank case. I
Okay.
said, did you look at the 2009 case?
I'm sorry?
No worries.
So that was well, from the memo, it says that was a certification.
Yeah, grandfather.
That it was not a grandfather use, so it was approved by variance, different category.
Gotcha. Alan, I'm going to ask a question if it goes over. I know Mr. Steck is always so busy. If he can just read that case and maybe write a letter or something that I can just see, because it doesn't necessarily talk about grandfather. It's just something later on down the case, if that makes sense to you.
I'm not sure a letter without my presence is going to be evidence, but.
Okay, it's not okay. I mean, it's just that it's a different type of, it's talking about the non-conforming use.
I'm very familiar with that
Okay.
case, because I was sort of involved with it, as well as Mr. Sullivan was, but that was sort of a matter that came before the board almost for an interpretation. It wasn't actually an application for site plan approval. It was a determination.
Yeah, and they also, their determination was like to go through ordinance instead of variances as well was part of their,
I think at that time, the property owner was taking a position that they had the right to come in and do something without board approval. And the determination was, no, you had to come before the board.
Okay.
And they never actually made a formal application like we have that was reviewed and processed. It was a legal issue. And, you know,
Okay.
I can discuss that further, and I know Mr. Sullivan can as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, just so we're clear on that, what happened was they did make an application, it came before the board. I think you were the township attorney at the time. And they wanted the board to certify that the gasoline service station was a grandfathered non-conforming use, okay? And then the board said, no, it was permitted by use variance, that's a different animal. And that's,
all right.
I just said when it's grandfathered, it's a different, we don't see that in that case, but okay.
Grandfathered is.
It's not in that, but yeah.
Right, it was either before the ordinance was adopted, or it was legal at one time and they changed the ordinance to not permit it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tremblay, how would you like to proceed?
Well, as for the reasons I mentioned at the beginning of tonight's hearing, Mr. Chair, I'd like to request that the application be continued to hopefully the board's April meeting.
which is?
It's April 22nd at 7 PM.
Yes.
So,
We
Mr.
obviously-
Tremblay, will you consent to an extension of time for the board to act through that date?
Yes, of
So
course.
I would suggest we get a motion to carry that without further notice to that date.
Is there a motion to that effect? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? All right, it is approved. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Steck.
Thank you, everyone.
Do you want to take a quick break?
5 minutes, yeah.
Okay, so let's, if we can just take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll move on to the next application. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Strictly 5 minutes. Turn to application 2949, 30 Club Road, Satoru Ogama. And this application is for a variance from Montclair Code Section 347-39D to allow building coverage of 22.31%, whereas the ordinance permits a maximum building coverage of 20%. And a variance from Montclair Code Section 347-20B to allow impervious coverage of 49.98%, whereas the ordinance permits a maximum impervious coverage of 47%. The applicant also requests any other variances that may be required. All right.
Taxes are paid and notice is in order.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Trembulak?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Alan Trembulak appearing on behalf of the applicant, Satoru Ogama. It's a residential application. We filed the application seeking two coverage variances, one for building coverage and one for lot coverage, but as you'll hear from our witness, my client has decided to eliminate the pergola that had been proposed as part of these exterior improvements in the rear yard of the property. I mean, as you can see, the intention is to put in an in-ground pool and make various other hardscaping and other improvements in the rear yard. By eliminating the pergola that was originally approved, we comply with building coverage, and so the only variance we need is for the impervious. So I've got two witnesses. I think we'd be fairly brief. And where did he go? Oh, there he is. First witness is Frank Throp. Okay.
Yes. Mr. Throp, get near a microphone, first of all.
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your name and address.
Frank Throp, Summit, New Jersey.
What is your occupation?
I'm a landscape designer for CLC Landscape Design.
Okay. And your relationship to this project?
I've been the designer.
Okay. All right. So you want to just walk the board through what's proposed?
Yes.
And
There were two principal aims in this site plan. Oh, thank you already. Yes.
Mr. Rock, if you want to walk to the front.
Very good. So the two principal design intentions here were to accommodate a modestly sized pool, not something for swimming laps or any kind of major athletic purpose, something that was scaled to the site such that we would be able to preserve a certain amount of lawn on this small backyard. The other intention was to consolidate some of the existing hardscape spaces so that we could create a patio area that was more livable, that had more flexible usage than a number of the smaller areas that were scattered throughout the other portions of the site. So the idea here was to install a naturalistic 20-foot by 18-foot pool, and we're pushing that as close to the side property setback as possible, and then creating a waterfall on top of that, which would have a drop of only about 2 to 3 feet, but just to add some aesthetic interest there. Again, the intention was something modestly sized, not for athletic use. In this upper right-hand corner of the site, there are a number of existing areas there where there are actually two small patios, about 10 by 14 at the most, which are not exactly connected to each other. They're separated by a small strip of lawn. And our idea there was to take some of those patios and just consolidate that area so that we're actually reducing the amount of impervious coverage there and being able to provide dining, a area for an outdoor kitchen, and then eliminate some areas where, for instance, between the house and the wall, there's a continuous walk. So we're scaling that back and just installing some bluestone stepping stones. The site is going to maintain lawn area in the center. The Ogamas have small children, so that was important. And I want to mention that both sides already have very, very heavy existing buffers. That's the neutral green that I'm showing on both sides of the property here. And also that this is raised on the terrace above Brookdale Park. So it's not at grade with the park.
Can you talk about the pergola that was originally proposed and is no longer proposed?
So in this corner of the patio, where we are still showing an outdoor kitchen, that was an area where we had originally proposed a pergola of about 10 by 15 square feet, 10 by 15 feet. Now that's been removed from the application so that we are not going to be asking for any variance for building coverage on that. And the owners will be content with using the existing trees around there for partial shade and umbrellas as necessary.
Okay, and then can you just review the impervious coverage variance that's required in terms of how much the percentages are shown on your drawing?
The lot is going to be increasing coverage under this plan by 207 square feet of impervious coverage. And most of that coverage is associated with the pool itself, the water area being 245 square feet of it. And we're also counting the coping and a very, very small seating area associated with the pool steps.
Okay.
Other than that, we're actually reducing the amount of coverage in the right-hand side of this backyard.
So what's the percentage of impervious coverage that are being sought?
We are seeking 49.98, with the maximum impervious coverage by code being 47%.
And what's the existing impervious coverage?
The existing impervious coverage is 48.44%, which is to say the site is already 193 square feet over the maximum.
Okay, so the increase over the existing impervious coverage is about 1.5%? 48.44, you're going to 49.98.
Yes, roughly.
And that's the only variance that's required?
That is correct.
Okay. And as you said, the pool is considered to be impervious coverage.
Yes.
Although, well, I'll let the planner deal with that.
Well, although some towns have argued or have interpreted that as not being covered, being that the water is going to be retained there from any storm event. Right. Of course, that's not the letter of the code here, but it is an arguable point in some townships.
Okay. I have nothing further, Mr. Chair.
I'll turn to Mr. Church for questions.
No, I don't have any.
Mr. Caulfield?
So, the variance 34739D, that's out? You're just doing the variance of the coverage? Okay, thank you.
For lot coverage or impervious coverage,
Yeah.
not building coverage.
Gotcha. 20B. Did you, in your plans, try to conform to that? And what did that look like? It's a 10 by 10 piece, is that what is the?
Being as we were already over the lot coverage with existing conditions, to have brought the whole site into compliance, even adding a very small pool, would have entailed essentially getting rid of, reducing patio spaces to a size that would be far less than existing, which was already quite uncomfortable, or removing part of a driveway, which really was a non-starter with the clients because they already have only a very narrow area to back out of their garage in.
I mean, the driveway does make like a kind of a loop in the middle there. Did you look at maybe exploring that aspect of it?
That is generally used for parking. It was suggested, but
I don't know if you can park in that lot in the front there, but yeah, I mean, it's a code thing. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moore?
No questions.
Right. Mr. Cruz?
I have no questions.
Mr. Griffith?
You said 48.44 is the existing lot coverage percentage?
yes, that's correct.
And how many feet is your current proposal that's at 49.9? How many more square feet is that?
That is adding 207
That's
square
the
feet.
207 square feet.
Yes, so we're adding 207 to what's already existing.
And do you propose to provide stormwater retention to the equivalent of the 207 that you're not taking?
Typically, we defer to the town engineer to make the determination of what needs to be accommodated and to assign volumes.
You defer for the engineer to tell you? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. That means you would accept doing it, correct?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Throp, I noticed on the plan that this calls for the removal of trees.
Yes, it
There are
does.
approximately 7 trees to be removed. Would you speak to those, please?
Those 7 trees, of those 7 trees, 5 of them are lining the driveway. They're marked in the plan with large X's here.
Yes.
And those are all purple plums that are infested with a blight and would probably be succumbing to it in the next couple of years. So of those 7 trees, 5 are already diseased. There are 2 that are being shown to be removed, and the largest of those is a crepe myrtle that's about 18 feet high. It is not a shade tree, or not a canopy tree at least. And that was proposed to be removed in order that we could consolidate that patio area, take these two small areas that are existing, make them one area that would be more usable.
Right.
And then the final tree is just a very spindly evergreen tree on the borders that's been crowded out by all the other very healthy evergreen trees around it.
Right. So the 5 that line the border there, what's the landscaping plan to replace those trees, or what?
We hadn't anticipated that.
So you're not, at this point, you don't have a plan to put new trees in there, or some other kind of landscaping?
My recommendation would be to replace the trees that are along the driveway with shrubs that are more compact, because throughout this site, we have a lot of plantings that are probably, I guess, 20, 25 years old, that are growing into each other, and I think it was overplanted initially, so I would not want to repeat the same mistake, and I would plant with something more like a shrub that would be, let's say, any place in the 4-foot to 6-foot range as opposed to a tree.
Mhm. And those 5 trees that are going to be removed, would you say that those have provided privacy screening for the neighbor, or not?
I think that at one time, they might have formed part of the privacy screening, but at this stage of their maturity, and also with other plantings that are not shown here on the neighbor's site, I think they're redundant now.
All right.
And they're dying too.
And then the other question I have is about the fence that encircles the backyard, which is to code, but there's a gate that leads out to the park area in the back, which is the height is shorter than the fence itself. Would you speak to that? Because obviously, if you're talking about putting in a swimming pool here, the issue becomes how do you make sure that it's a secure area so that others can't get in there, youngsters in particular?
Well, the fence that runs along the rear of the property, for the most part, is on top of a wall that's already over 5 feet tall and unclimbable. So our interpret.
Talking about specifically about the gate? which
Yes,
is lower,
the gate.
We have no issues with raising that.
Okay, but thank you. Unless you want to be sworn in, that's okay. Yes, speak. Go ahead.
I think.
Why don't you just repeat what he said? Then?
Yes, there is one gate here that is at grade with Brookdale Park, and that one is only 3.5 feet high, and we are anticipating raising it so that it be at code.
Okay, all right. So I'd like for that to be a condition for the approval of this application. I don't have any other questions. Are there members of the public that?
Oh, I have one.
I'm sorry, you have another question?
To your knowledge, are there any materials that can be used on the patio that would allow for permeability?
I was not aware that Montclair Township accepted any kind of credit for what are known as permeable or grass pavers. Perhaps I'm mistaken?
There is, I don't know the specifics, but there's a form that the engineering, the township engineer hands out that explains what percentage of voids are needed. I believe it's greater than 40. I'm not sure, so I'll send that over to you.
My experience with permeable pavers is that even where towns have accepted them for purposes of putting out furniture, tables, chairs, shades, they are very, very impractical.
Why?
In the sense that the voids need to be so large that the leg of a table will start sinking into that void as opposed to the other 3 that are on something more solid. So we had not explored the possibility of using any kind of permeable paver in this area because of those issues with practicality.
Would you be willing to explore that to avoid a variance altogether?
Yes, we could explore that.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there members of the public that have questions? All right. Mr.
I have one additional witness, brief testimony from a professional planner.
Right, thank you.
William Stimmel.
Mr. Stimmel, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter brought before the board?
I do.
State your name and business address.
William Stimmel, S-T-I-M-M-E-L. My professional address is P.O. Box 280, Rutherford, New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Stimmel's testified before the board as a professional planner and presenting.
Your
him as
license
such
is in
tonight.
good standing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, welcome back, Mr.
Thank you.
Stimmel, you've reviewed this application, you've heard the testimony. Can you, just discuss the variance that's being requested and your, analysis and opinion as to whether the variance is appropriate?
Sure. Going off of the November 20th, 2025 review letter from the Planning Department, there were 2 C variances noted in conjunction with this application. The first was for maximum pervious coverage, Ordinance Section 347-20B parentheses 3, where 47% coverage is permitted, 48.44 is existing, 49.98 is proposed. So the existing condition is 193 square feet over what's permitted. The proposed condition is 400 square feet over what's proposed for a net increase of 207 square feet. That 207 square feet increase is less than the water surface area of the pool, which is 245 square feet. So that's the first variance that was mentioned in the planning review. The second was for building coverage, which is no longer applicable because the pergola has been removed from the application, so there's no change in the building coverage. So that 1C variance comes under the heading of a C2, a flexible C variance, where the purposes of zoning are advanced and the benefits in granting the variance outweigh any detriments. As the board, I'm sure, understands, this is a fairly minor request for relief. The total area in question is a little over 200 square feet. So if you can imagine a generously sized 10 by 20 parking space, that's about what we're talking about here. The applicant is proposing to install a pool and additional paver patio area in his rear yard to enhance the aesthetics and the functionality of the space. I think it's important to consider the township's concerns in establishing the impervious coverage requirement when thinking about this application. The first and most obvious, I would say, is the stormwater runoff. As we've spoken about, the total area of the impervious, the building and the pavement is going to be reduced. The increase here just comes from the fact that the pool is included as impervious coverage in spite of the fact that it will generate no runoff itself. The second issue is the impact on neighbors. The area in question where these improvements are being made is only potentially visible to the 2 neighbors on either side. It's fully blocked from Club Road by the location of the existing residence. It's invisible to the people in the park to the rear because of the change in elevation and the landscape screening, and it's screened from the neighbors on both sides by landscaping as well. The third point is the aesthetic concerns, and the board has seen the photos in the planner's review letter. They've seen the exhibit prepared by the landscape expert, and I would hope that we would agree that the area in question is an attractive and well-maintained residential rear yard now and will be improved upon with this application. And then finally, the green space or open space concern. And I would say that, again, this is a relatively minor variance. Adequate green space is provided and outdoor space is provided for the residents of this house with the rear yard as it's proposed, and of course the presence of the large park to the rear of the property. As far as the negative criteria, we have to demonstrate that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, and that it will not impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. Based on my review of the submitted materials, my visit to the site, I see no substantial detriment to the public good. There's no additional runoff, no visibility from adjoining lots or rights-of-way. In response to comments from some of the board members, the applicant has agreed to obtain a tree removal permit, and plant shrubs along the driveway to mitigate the loss of some of the existing plantings. And in addition to whatever agreements have been made based on board comments about the fence and the gate at the rear, we will obviously have to comply with building code requirements for the pool enclosure, and that would be addressed when plans are filed for permits. In terms of the substantial detriment to the zone plan and zoning ordinance, very limited variance relief. This does not set a precedent. Every case is judged on its own merits, and it's simply one variance for impervious coverage, which is mitigated by landscaping, screening, topography, and the positioning of the building on site.
Thank you. No further questions from me.
Mr. Caulfield?
Is there a, so is it a benefit for this property being behind a park?
Is it sure. I think being close to a park is certainly a benefit.
For a storm runoff in that sense? Like, there's no neighbors in the back, is that?
No, there's no neighbors in the back. As you get to the back of the property, there's landscaping and a fence, and then a retaining wall. The height of the retaining wall is about eye height for me, so 5.5 feet or something like that.
I've seen these I think these dunk pools is what they're calling them these days. They're like rectangle ones in that sense that I've seen come up that people have done. This might not necessarily be that type of shape in that way, but you know, other people that have done that have taken, you know, their driveways and put gravel and stuff like that just to mediate the storm water runoff. This is a little bit different in the sense that, you know, the driveway is very well done and the sidewalk is very well done, and that, you know, I could see the client not wanting to do that aspect of it. The waterfall, how close is that waterfall from the property line? Do we know?
Meets all the setback requirements.
Okay.
They're noted on the plan.
Is that waterfall built into that? I'll talk to that. I should have left that to the architect. That's not you.
15-foot setback to the pool. The waterfall is a little bit less, maybe 10 feet.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Moore?
No questions.
Mr. Cruz?
I have no questions.
Mr. Griffith?
I have no questions.
Mr. Simon?
One question. As far as the pool, I can understand the rationale for the pool being used to absorb whatever stormwater. What about when it's out of season and the pool, I assume, will be covered? What happens to the runoff then?
There's a moderate increase, you know, obviously with snowfall in the wintertime, the melts over a period of time, and there's less of a sudden spike in runoff from the property. In the shoulder season, I guess it would potentially be an issue, but that assumes that it's a rigid cover, that it's fully covered in the off-season, and that it doesn't permit any retention on the property.
So where would the water go? If it's not going to drain down into the pool, where would it drain off to?
The general pattern of the topography there is that it drains to the rear of the site, and then it would go over the top of the wall and down to the park if it wasn't absorbed in the grass and the landscape beds to the rear of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Church? Are there members of the public that have questions for this witness?
I think we could do questions or comments. This is the last
Okay.
witness.
Yep. Comments? All right. Mr. Tremblay?
Mr. Chair, I mean, I will only repeat what Mr. Stimmel said. I mean, I think the most important thing to me is that the pool's considered impervious, but as a reality, there's not being any additional runoff most times of the year associated with the pool. You know, we're only 200 feet. Variety of improvements being made. Property's in good condition. Doesn't really create any detriment to the neighbors. I think it's a minor variance, and I would hope the board would approve it. And obviously, as has already been pointed out, there would likely be an engineering review of this, and we'd have to comply with any requirements of the engineer related to stormwater or drainage issues, so.
Right. Right. Thank you. All right, we'll move to a final discussion by the board. We'll begin with Mr. Moore.
I'm generally in favor of the application. I don't see it being a detriment to the community in which it resides, and I think it will be a nice enhancement.
Mr. Cruz?
I'm generally in favor, although I question whether, according to our ordinance with respect to tree removal, whether or not there's been sufficient information provided to consider the blighted quote-unquote trees as not required to be replaced.
Well, I would just, if I could,
Yeah.
we have to comply with the tree removal ordinance, so either by replacing or by paying into a fund, so.
Okay.
So
I mean,
in the
I would-
event the application is approved, that would be a condition of approval.
Okay.
I would expect that.
Very good.
Of course.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Griffith?
I'm in favor, and I don't buy the pool issue. I think the winter point is spot on. That's why I don't agree with a swimming pool rationalization. And I think a condition of approval should be that stormwater retention for whatever amount is over the code, which was 400 square feet, should be addressed.
Mr. Simon?
I'm in favor.
Mr. Church?
Yeah, I am in favor with the proviso or the additions that that gate in the back be raised to to code. I'm in favor.
Mr. Caulfield?
I'm not in favor.
All right. Yeah, I'm generally supportive of the application as well. I'm not, I think, as Mr. Cruz has said, a bit skeptical about the tree removal, but that will be handled when it goes to final approval. I'm sorry, Mr. Griffith, what was the comment that you were making?
I was suggesting that stormwater retention or something of an equivalent basis be done, a tank or a well that would gather the water and slowly disseminate into the ground, so that you're basically taking care of the delta. So we look on pros and cons on these, right? It's a variance. And I'm looking for a pro. And the pro is that I'm taking care of the stormwater. If you're shedding more stormwater and you're just saying it's okay, that's not a pro, that's a con. So I need a pro. This is the pro that I'm looking for.
So you would be looking for that to be a condition
Yeah,
of approval?
I think the condition would be that the applicant would be required to install stormwater management measures to the extent the impervious coverage is exceeded over what is allowed by the ordinance, as required by the township engineer.
Fair.
Okay, all right.
So I think if I could, if there was a motion to approve, as there was a majority in that effect, it would be that condition. They would have to comply with the tree removal ordinance. I think there was a comment about they were going to raise the gate, and our standard conditions about the applicant's bound by all representations made on his behalf during the course of the public hearing, and that the applicant is responsible for all inspection fees incurred under Montclair Code Section 202-27, as well as the escrow fees incurred in connection with review of this matter.
All right, so would someone make a motion to that effect?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? One opposite, one opposed. Oh, any abstentions? All right, it is approved. All right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, our next application will be application 2955, 340 Orange Road, Montclair Senior Housing Corporation, Block 2904, Lot 71. And this will be for an expanding a non-conforming use, adding rear screened patio. All right, Mr. Tremblay.
Good evening again. Trifecta for me tonight. Alan Tremulak, appearing on behalf of Montclair Senior Housing Corporation. You know, this is, I think, a very simple, straightforward site plan application with no variances. You know, the Montclair Senior Housing Corporation owns the South End Gardens Senior Living Center and multifamily housing complex located at 340 Orange Road. What they're looking to do is to simply replace an existing concrete patio in the rear of the multifamily building, replace it with a new concrete patio, which would be screened in. I believe there's a roof as part of that. And the plan also contemplates some additional landscaping as well as a new paved ADA walkway in the rear. Again, there are no variances involved. It's a pretty simple, straightforward application, and I have one witness to present, which is Gregory Switzer, who I assume the board would accept his qualifications.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
Gregory Switzer, 7 Oak Place, Montclair, New Jersey.
I assume we can accept him as an expert architect?
Your office prepared the plans for this application, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, can you just review what's proposed with the board?
Sure. I think the best thing to do is to go through the drawings just kind of briefly here, and I'll try and keep this short and sweet. The map that you see at the lower portion there really just shows the surrounding neighborhood. And as you can see, the site is pretty well-established residential setting, characterized by a mix of very mature landscaping and, you know, it's a very defined neighborhood pattern that's in place. So we thought that this was important to show because it really starts to set the tone of what is there currently. Let me just move this to the next slide. Okay, so this is a site plan, and here we're showing the existing conditions of the property. The site is currently improved with a 3-story brick building and asphalt parking area with walkways and other site elements to really provide enhancement to the site. The existing patio is aging and underutilized, and it does not provide adequate weather protection or functional outdoor space for it. It's located in the northwestern portion of the site, illustrated here. This is the parking area, and then there's a series of walking paths of which one actually terminates here currently. And then this is just an enlargement showing the actual location and how it is situated and attaches the building. We'll get into greater detail as we move forward. The elevations that you see here show kind of what is there now. There's a concrete slab. There's galvanized pipe that is used to support what has traditionally been a tensile structure or tent or canopy over the area to provide shade for the residents. Presently, all that is there is just the concrete slab and the pipe, and there is no covering on top of it. The whole purpose of this project is really to put something in that's a little bit more permanent and usable. And let's see here. Okay, so as we look at this, you'll see that the actual site itself takes an area of approximately 30 feet by 25 feet, which is 30 feet in this direction, 25 feet here. There's an existing path that comes up to this point. And what we've done is we've created a series of doors from the screened porch area that connects to the path. Again, all 3 exposed walls of this are screened. The prior concrete slab and the canopy went all the way from this point to the edge of the building. So what we're doing is actually opening some of this space up, and we've created a landscape buffer in between this exit door, which currently exists, and the windows along these residences here. So there's a landscape buffer here to kind of create some separation between the two. The roof, because it's providing shade, it's great, but we also wanted to make sure that the roof was permeable enough to allow some natural light to enter the area below. So what we have is a series of 8 skylights that's also part of that. That's the plan that you see here from the exterior of the roof. The lower shows somewhat of a reflected ceiling plan that shows the roof. It shows some integrated lighting, and it shows a series of ceiling fans that'll be placed at the underside of the ridge that runs from the building to the front entry of the space. Here is the first of a series of elevations that show the building. Let's pull this up over here. And you can see the lower portion of this is predominantly brick, which is here. And then we have a series of frames to support the screen structure or the screening that we'd like to place around it. These are screen doors. And then screening even up to this point. And then there's just a solid roof that's supported by these columns that are an integral part of this whole structure. This would be a side view of that same structure. And this is the other side, showing the landscape buffer between the walkway from the exit doors that lead out into the pathway that I pointed out earlier. The lower portion of this is a section through the space, and it really gives you just a quick indication of how this interacts with the building itself. There's a door, egress door that comes through here, or a door actually connecting a common space within this building. Allows the residents to come into this space, enjoy the indoor-outdoor experience, and then there's a series of doors forward as you walk forward toward, for example, where I'm seated from that point, to allow egress to the paths that are right at the foot of the door. We provided a whole bunch of planting, not only just for the screening purposes here to block views from this into the resident dwelling units here, but there's also some tiered and multi-layered plantings moving from lower to slightly higher as you get toward the structure. And again, all of these are native species, and the whole purpose of the planting is really to help provide some visual interest year-round around the structure. So the plants were chosen to allow seasonal activity.
What's the total amount of number of new plantings?
I can get that to you in just a moment here. I just cannot see my notes here. Okay. Okay. We're talking roughly 50 plants that would be planted around the structure. It's a big improvement. Currently, there's some evergreens that are overgrown and unmanaged and clumping together, and our goal is to remove that and put in something that would be easier to maintain and something that's a lot more attractive. Okay, that is pretty much the end of this presentation. I don't have anything
Is there
else.
any improvements to the walkway or the path?
There is.
The planning report refers to a new paved ADA compliant walkway that connects to existing pathways. Could you just point out where that is?
Sure. This is one point of exit, and this whole pathway has been created, and it's all at grade. There's no dip or a lip here to enter this, and certainly the same here from the building down to the path, and then it connects to an existing what I call a nature walk or path throughout the rear of the property. You won't see any of the structure from the street. It is completely surrounded by a very densely landscaped area, separating it from the neighbors, bounding the property on the sides.
And there are no variances required in connection with this?
No, in fact, we're looking at this as just a simple accessory use to the structure, and no variance is required.
Okay. No further questions?
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz?
I have no questions.
Mr. Griffith?
There are no variances required?
No.
Then why are we here?
So this project was initially approved by use variance by the Board of Adjustment. So as a expansion of the use variance, or similar to what we had with the gas station, where it's a use variance that's now being changed, it has to be approved by the board.
Okay, thank you. I have no questions.
Mr. Simon?
No questions.
Mr. Church?
Is there an entrance from the building to this new addition
There is.
without going outside?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Yes. I'm going to show you two views of it. This is a section through it, and this is an exit right here from the building into this space.
Okay.
And then there's another one here that leads straight to the outside without having to traverse through this space.
So they can enter that addition from the building without having to go outside?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
It's controlled access, though.
Is there heating or air conditioning to this unit?
No.
Okay.
It's just ceiling fans in the ceiling.
And do we anticipate, like in the winter, like this space being, I mean, I know you probably will use it, but if it's a cold, you will not use this space?
That conversation never
Yeah.
came up with the owner. They gave a very particular requirement, and it was basically to remove what was seen as a temporary structure.
Yeah.
And create something that's more permanent, requiring less, prepping every season to getting a tarp and stretching it across the top and that sort of stuff.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Mr. Moore?
No question.
So just finally, is this facility something that can be utilized during the evening as well as during the daytime hours?
It is very possible, yes.
Is there lighting inside, or you mentioned ceiling fans?
Yes, there is some lighting.
All right. But there is no landscape lighting outside of this structure?
There's landscape lighting all around the facility along the walking paths that connect the parking lot to multiple areas around the building.
And would that include along the pathway that's on the side of this structure?
Yes, there's already lighting on the exterior of the building,
Okay.
which adequately covers that.
I think I see, it looks like a hood or something like that, is that?
Yeah, there's something literally directly above the door here.
Yes, okay, I did see.
And then there's one here, and those are pre-existing.
All right, thank you. All right, I have no other questions. Are there members of the public that have any questions or comments about this application? All right, Mr. Treadwell.
That's all we have, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
And I would submit to the board.
All right, so we'll move to discussion. Mr. Griffith?
I have no discussion. I'm in favor.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Simon?
I'm in favor.
Mr. Church?
I'm in favor.
Mr.
I'm
Culp?
too in favor.
Okay. Mr. Moore?
I'm in favor.
Mr. Cruz?
I'm in favor.
I'm also in favor of this application.
So if there is a motion to approve this minor site plan application, be subject to our standard conditions that the applicant's bound by all representations made on its behalf during the course of the public hearing, and also that the applicant's responsible for all inspection fees incurred as well as escrow fees in connection with review of this matter.
All right, is there a motion to that effect?
Motion to, as stated.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions?
Thank
It is
you very
approved.
much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you. All right. Okay, we're going to move to application 2957, 31 Oakwood Avenue, Cecilia and Michael Street. Hope I pronounced that correctly. And this applicant requests, this is on the township tax maps as Lot 14 and Block 1808. The applicant requests a use variance from Montclair Code 347-112 as the proposed construction is considered an expansion of the non-conforming use of the property. The applicant also seeks any other variances that may be required. Yes.
Would you raise your right hand? You have to put something down. Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address.
My name is Marcus Tung with Tungsten Architects. My office is in 28 Value Road in Montclair. I'm a registered architect in the state of New Jersey, and my license is in good standing.
And your clients, the property owners, are present, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, proceed. And I will accept him as a...
Yes, would you say your last name again?
Tung, T-U-N-G.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep. So for experience, our office has obtained 11 out of 16 ADU zoning permit approval to date since the ordinance was in effect. The subject property located at 31 Oakwood Avenue currently consists of a lawful non-conforming two-family principal structure in an R1 single-family residential zone. The owners occupy the first and second floors, enter from Oakwood Avenue, while tenants occupy the third floor with a separate entry from Norwood Avenue. This is a corner lot. The proposed 900 square foot detached ADU will be located west of the existing garage and north of the principal building. The ADU is intended to function as a retirement home for aging parents. So in floor plan, the main living space consists of an open kitchen and dining area, connects to a half bathroom, and provide direct access to the backyard. It includes a primary bedroom and a caregiver bedroom, with a full bathroom accessible from both bedrooms. The proposed ADU does not impact any existing non-conforming conditions other than expanding the permitted principal use of the lot. As such, we are requesting a variance from the Montclair Code Section 347-112 to permit the expansion of a non-conforming use of the lawful two-family principal building. The proposed ADU otherwise complies with all ADU zoning requirements. Do we want to get into the exterior design, or is that something we can discuss later?
Yeah, why don't you just give us an overview of what you're wanting to accomplish here?
Sounds good. So the exterior design of the ADU is intended to harmonize with the existing principal building through consistent architectural details, material, proportions, and color, while adapting elements to create a cohesive aesthetic rather than an identical structure. So image shown here are the principal building, both facades. And this is the proposed ADU in reference to the specific elements of the main building. Features such as painted wood clapboard siding, wood shingles above first floor, 2/1 double hung windows with operable shutters, and one lit over two panel exterior wood doors will align in scale, style, and finish with the principal building. For site hierarchy, the scale of the ADU and its gable roof are designed to harmonize with the existing detached garage rather than the hip roof of the principal building, reinforcing the ADU as a secondary structure. The ADU will not result in any detriment to the public good nor impair the intent of the zoning plan, as it introduced no change to site access, maintain adequate on-site management of stormwater. The last two pages here, we have the civil engineer design for the stormwater management. In conclusion, the proposed ADU is designed to meet the owner's need while respecting the property's historic character and the zoning codes. The requested variance is limited solely to the expansion of the non-conforming use with minimal impact to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
That will conclude my
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Did you get a copy of the Historic Preservation Commission report dated March 18, 2026?
Yes.
There were 3 recommendations made. Is the applicant willing to comply with those 3 recommendations?
Yes. So the.
That's all you need to say.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Let's then move to questions. We'll begin with you, Mr. Griffith. We haven't given you a chance to be the lead off.
I have no questions.
Okay, that was easy. Okay, Mr. Simon.
No questions.
All right, Mr. Church. Mr. Caulfield.
There's some oak trees in the side there. Is the ADU going to be close to those?
We're keeping the big one next to the existing garage. We're not removing this.
How close is that big one to the new ADU?
New ADU, let's see.
You know?
Yes, I have it here. At minimum 20 feet.
Okay. Planner question. What is the front yard here? Is it Oakwood or Norwood?
They're both front yards.
Okay, the parking is in the front yard in Norwood? Is that allowed?
That is existing non-conforming.
Okay.
Since we're not expanding the parking.
Are we going to be using any of these parking spots for the new ADU?
Yes. So there are 5 that is required, and then we have 5.
So the garage will be the space for the new ADU people, the tenants?
As shown in A1, the site plan here, there's a barrier-free dedicated for ADU. That's closest to the ADU.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moore?
How many feet is the ADU from the property line?
It's 6 feet from the side yard and about 56 feet from the rear yard.
Thank you.
Mr. Cruz? Yes.
I just had a quick question for you, sir. I see that in terms of your calculation for the ADU, you differentiate between, I guess, the living area and the footprint.
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of the our current ordinance, could you just correct me if I'm mistaken? The size of the ADU, is that with respect to the footprint or the living area?
The size meaning the 800 square feet?
Yes.
So the 800 square feet is the habitable area, and that was last changed in the August 2025 ordinance revision for the ADU section. And so that then limited habitable area to 800 square feet, which gave a little bit more room for bathroom, storage, closet type of spaces.
Okay.
So it can be larger than 800 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, a couple of questions. So, this ADU is, how many feet is it from the shed?
About 8 feet. So exactly 8 feet.
8 feet? Is that what you said, 8 feet?
Yes, 8 feet.
Okay. So this ADU will be, while it will not be visible to the public on Norwood, it will be visible on Oakwood. Is that correct?
That's correct, portion of it.
Okay, about half of it, okay. So, I want to ask about this. What's the intent for the use of this ADU?
Aging parents.
Aging parents?
Correct.
Okay, so that would be the immediate intent?
Correct.
And it would not be available for rental purposes beyond family, beyond the aging parents, is that
For
correct?
the current intent is for aging parents. I can't predict the future. But if that's a requirement for the approval of the variance, then that can be achieved.
Yeah, well, certainly have to be in compliance with the,
But the ADU zoning code does allow for minimal rental for 6 months.
correct, yeah. I had just one question about the design of the interior. And that was, sorry. On page, yeah, what page is that?
Page A3.
A3. Way back there. So the question I have, Mr. Tong, is really a safety question. So in terms of the design of this, the 2 bedrooms, the primary and the caregiver bedrooms. So the caregiver is located towards the foyer, or the front of this structure. Is that correct?
Yes.
Whereas the primary is located towards the back by the kitchen area.
Correct.
I'm assuming that because of the way in which you did the design, that one of the aging parents is currently, or you anticipate, or it is anticipated that they will be utilizing assistance.
Correct.
Wheelchair or something of that nature. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Regardless of that, it's required to be designed as barrier-free.
Yes, yes. Well, the question I have is that while I can see that there's a clear path between the primary and the caregiver in terms of the bathroom facilities, nonetheless, if there was to be a situation in which the person in the primary bedroom needed to be able to escape this structure, let's say because of a fire or something like that, they may be somewhat encumbered by the fact that they're next to the kitchen area. And so the question I have is, would it not make sense, since the dimensions of both the primary and the caregiver bedrooms, would it not make sense for the primary bedroom to be in the front of the property as opposed to in the back? Now, also, I think if I'm understanding the design properly, the kitchen area and the primary bedroom are up against a fence. Is that correct?
No, it's not up against any fence.
That's not correct? Where's the neighbor?
The plan east side, it's the fence, so 6 feet away from it.
Okay, so that's the side that runs along the bedrooms and the bathroom, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
So I believe the location of the primary bedroom, it's really the view and the direct access to the backyard.
The primary has the view of the backyard. is what you're
Correct.
saying. Okay, well, that makes more sense.
And then to your point of
But the main
emergency.
entrance is by the shed.
Correct.
Is between the ADU and the shed.
Correct.
So, I see that you have egress by the, I guess, are these like sliding doors? Is that what it is in the primary bedroom?
No, those are double hung windows.
So, what about the possibility of having sliding doors instead of double hung windows?
In terms of emergency?
Yes.
We can consider that. So the code does allow double hung window at certain height to be egress windows. So that will allow someone to, fit between the windows and certain height. You can, even with a wheelchair, you can push yourself out of the window.
Yeah,
So these comply with the building code, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So in this scenario, you actually have 3 or 4 points of egress out of this room here. One is do the main door, 2 is do the bathroom, and then we have 2 egress windows.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that the egress windows may not be particularly practical for someone who's bound to a wheelchair. Yes, go ahead.
I see in the perspective to the right, well, it appears to be a door to me, and it's identified as a 36 by 84 inch window.
That is a sliding door
That's a
directly
door?
from the kitchen to the
Okay.
backyard.
So that's a door, okay.
So that's,
then there
that's
is-
the second egress.
Okay.
So they do have egress to the back, which is, sliding door in the exterior is unusual, but,
Although it still would require, if there was a fire, it still would require stepping into that area where,
yeah. I think the door's a good thing to have. I'm not so sure about a sliding door as an exterior door, but that's a different issue.
all right, well, I just would suggest just taking another look at that. Just again, it's a safety precaution, given the fact that you've identified, or the owner has identified that they anticipate that a person, their mobility might be somewhat impaired.
Understood.
All right.
Well, to your point, Forrest, well, never mind.
Go
Go into
ahead.
the discussion. It was more a comment on him. Like, Forrest, like when you have a patio, or when you have a sliding door out to the deck, isn't this the same effect?
Sliding glass door, yeah, very common, I agree, but that's a pocket door that he's drawn, where it goes into the wall, and that's not common.
Okay.
The
You're talking
sliding
about
doors
this-
are designed to make gasket up really nice and tight. The glass ones.
So you're
we
just
all-
saying that
we're
because
all
it's a pocket
familiar with.
door that it's
But a
not-
pocket door traditionally just, they're not put on the exterior, and they're hard to gasket up and make very
Right,
tight.
just for ceiling purpose, okay.
Okay. All right. Are there members of the public that have any questions, statements, comments? Okay, then we'll move towards discussion. We'll begin with Mr. Simon.
I'm in favor.
Mr. Church?
I'm in favor.
Mr. Caulfield?
I'm not in favor.
Mr. Moore?
I'm in favor.
Mr. Cruz?
I'm in favor.
Mr. Griffith?
I'm in favor.
Yeah, I'm also in favor.
Can I make a suggestion of what the conditions would be?
Okay.
If there's a motion to approve this D2 variance, it should be that the applicant shall comply with and satisfy comments 1 and 3 contained in the Montclair Historic Preservation Commission report dated March 18, 2026. 2, the applicant shall comply with the requirements and procedures contained in section 347-8, that's the ADU ordinance. 3, the applicant shall be bound by all representations made on his behalf during the course of the public hearing. And 4, the applicant shall be responsible for all inspection fees incurred under Montclair Code Section 202-27, as well as escrow fees incurred in connection with review of this matter.
Excuse me, Mr. Sullivan. I would perhaps also want to include just on the chance that there's any damage or issue done to the tree, that in the advent of any.
Well, the condition 1 of the HPC report talks about retention of mature trees. We could put the tree removal ordinance in compliance with there also.
Yeah, that was it. Just to add that to the motion.
We could do that.
Thank you, sir.
So just to clarify, we are removing 3 trees behind the garage. There are
Is that shown on the plan?
It's shown in the civil drawings. Site plan 1 of 2, the 5th page, under site preparation plan.
Under where?
So there are 3 smaller trees in the back of the lean-to garage.
Okay.
But the HPC noted item number 1 is the one directly next to the frame garage, T36. That's the one that HPC is noting.
Okay.
All right, is there a motion with the conditions?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
That's a motion to approve.
A motion to approve, as Mr. Sullivan stated earlier, with the conditions. Yes.
Second.
I so move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? It is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to test the waters here. We're closing out at 11 o'clock.
Do we have one more?
We have one more.
Yep.
We okay, Al? What do you think?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we have another application. That's going to be application 2958, 84 Clinton Avenue, Stephen and Jennifer Grin. And this is for property on the township tax map as Lot 10, Block 1202. Variances are requested from Montclair Code 347-33C1 to permit a southerly side yard setback of 5.33 feet, where 12 feet is the required minimum. From Montclair Code 347-34A, 2A, to permit the installation of an HVAC condenser with a side yard setback of 3.75 feet, where 12 feet is the required minimum. And from Montclair Code 347-20B3, to permit 51.6% impervious coverage, where 50% is the permitted maximum. The applicant also seeks any other variances that may be required.
And the notice is in order and taxes are paid.
All right, thank you.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your name and address.
Ying Li, Yingli, from Ying Li Architect. I'm located in Millburn, New Jersey. I'm licensed in New Jersey, and my license is in good standing.
And your client is present, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you, you're welcome.
Thank you. Basically, the project narrative is in the application, but in short, the summary is the lot is basically a small, irregular lot in a largely stately, in the neighborhood, largely, mostly stately large houses. It's irregular with undersized with a corner missing. So the three of the variances we're seeking, two of them are the result of existing non-conforming conditions. Should I go through, maybe go straight to each of the ordinance that we are seeking?
Sure.
For example, the side yard, minimum side yard setback, because the addition involves extending the existing side den on the left side of the street toward the back. The existing side yard setback is already at 5.56 feet. So because the irregularity of the lot, the lot is veered toward the right on the back. So we are making that 5.56 worse. Basically, that become 5 foot and 4 inches. It's the result of extending the geometry of the building line, but the lot is irregular. So that is the reason for the, and then, but at the back of the house, Actually, I guess go back to the house. The existing house has two parts. The front part is a side, that's the original house, the side gable colonial revival house. And then the previous owner did addition at the back, one-story addition. That is showing on the site plan, the existing one-story. So our addition, in a way, can be perceived as two parts. One part is to the side gabled colonial revival. That's the one that caused that, make the existing non-conforming side yard setback worse. At the back of the house, we are, we actually try not to exacerbate the situation. We set back 2 foot away from the property line for the two-story addition, for the one-story back addition. That one-story back addition does not exceed the outermost boundary of the existing one-story addition. The second variance we are seeking, it's basically it's out of necessities for the HVAC condensers. Required is 12 feet. There's no way we can meet that. And now we're gonna move on to the third, impervious coverage. It's the result of the added building square footage and the necessary patio and the necessary walkway. As stated and as in the application, we are basically 1.7 over the maximum allowed. We're seeking 51 point, we're at the proposal will be at a 51.6%, where 49.9 is allowed. So that's the three variances we're seeking. And also, we have adopted suggestions made by the HPC in March. One is to lower the left part of addition, the part that is part of the side gable colonial revival. The second one is to maintain the existing chimney. So even though we are moving the masonry structure, but the chimney will be reconstructed on top of the roof with wood framing. We will salvage the existing brick and basically do the restoration and put existing brick on the wood-framed chimney. And the third suggestion is to keep the existing against, I think, the porch columns to maintain the character of the colonial revival style, to maintain the character of the neighborhood. I think that's the three, right? Yes.
What are we looking at? Because I'm looking at the HPC report of March 18, and there are 7 recommendations in there.
The HPC is March. There are 3 recommendations, right?
I'm looking at 7.
Okay.
There are 7 bullet points.
7 bullet points, but
Yeah.
there are
Are you
the
looking
3
at the same
areas,
thing?
yes.
Yeah.
I think the 3 are talking
Yeah,
about
7,
basically
7,
they
yeah.
are the 3 objections, and then it came into 7 bullet points.
I'll just add the main 3 comments that
Yeah,
the
the comments,
HPC
yeah.
had were the front porch columns, the stepping down of
Fireplace.
the addition,
Yeah.
and the chimney. And those were maintained. They reviewed it again and were satisfied with the
So those are
the
1,
plans.
2, and 3 in there?
Yes. Yeah.
What about 4, 5, 6, 7?
Those were also satisfied in the second review, though they weren't.
So they were incorporated in the current plan?
Yes.
So I'm not saying it's going to get approved, but if the application were approved, 1, 2, and 3 would need to be conditions.
Yes.
Okay.
They're conditions, but they do accurately reflect their current plans.
Oh, so they're already in there, so.
Yeah,
that-
Yeah, the
okay.
revisions.
Everything's already in there?
Yes,
Correct,
I would say
yeah.
the HPC memo
It's late.
is done. Yeah.
It's latent.
Sorry.
I think the last page of the packet has the, basically before and after renderings shows it's at a side-by-side visual of the before, the existing, and the proposed. That's probably a better picture to visualize the addition.
This
The
is
left side.
sheet R1?
Yeah, sheet R1, the last page of the packet. It's the visual of the proposed addition. And as seen in the first row from the front, the view from the perspective from front. Basically, it's the last page of the packet titled R1. It's the 3D massing study. The first row shows the second, basically, addition on top of the existing den on the left. And the HPC's comment is to lower the ridge of the addition to maintain the main and the secondary massing. And as you can, basically, second row is from the other angle from the street. And the third row shows the back addition. The existing actually has sloped roof. In terms of massing, I would say volume-wise, we are not increasing the back addition. It's a flat roof. We're trying to basically to maintain the natural light into the existing second story. So we are not increasing the roof heights of the back addition. I guess to look at this lot, at another one, it's I always say it's a telling picture. Is if you look at the second page, titled E1, base information. Number two, figure number 2 of the base info E1. You can see the highlighted yellow is the subject property. Second page, titled base info, basic information, titled E1. Number 2, figure number 2 is the location map. Basically, it's, I believe actually the HPC consultant did a study that used to be part of adjacent property. So it was subdivided. You can see it's a tiny lot wedged into a neighborhood composing of large home and large lot. It's basically anything you want to do, you want to do will trigger variance. And then I guess another, in plain language, is there's nowhere to go if you want to do anything. And the left corner behind existing story den, one-story den, currently is used as outdoor patio with some furniture, and it's a small area. And also, if anything, I think it's very close to the neighbor just because the way it is. If anything, I think that's more a privacy issue. If I use this, it's sort of like that corner to be used at the back patio. In a way, I'm directing the family, by design, the family will use the back patio. And that corner, in a way, any noise will be contained, that will become inside of the house. Instead, any activity will be directed more toward the backyard of the house, instead of wedged between two buildings. If any of the members have toured the site, you probably noticed this this corner. It's hardly usable. They have overgrown plants, and the furniture's. It's hard to use that area. And notes on the third variance is, Yes, basically following like, you know, the case from other, the previous cases in terms of the impervious area increase. We understand that we will comply with the ordinance in terms of the storm water management, and that will be dealt with by the engineer review when we apply for permit. I understand that's the process. I believe the cutoff line, Montclair, is 250 square foot. The building itself already exceed that, so the grading plan is required anyway. Questions?
Are you going to have any witnesses, or?
I think that's it. That's the presentation.
Right. Are there questions? What do you need, Mr. Singh?
My questions were, can you explain again why for the rear elevation, the existing has a little bit more style or character, in my opinion. So, but you went from a sloped roof. Why go to the squared flat roof? Square
Yes.
design with a flat roof?
I think one is, there are two reasons. One is technical, if we look at. I think now, okay, this board member is talking about the exterior elevation. So we're looking at A200 and A201.
Correct.
The reason is because we do, the extension is 18, we're extending back 18 feet. And then to have the roof sloped, that means I will lose, to have it sloped, and then to have enough slope, we will lose we'll sacrifice the height of the window. And then
The windows on the second floor?
Yes, window on the second, yeah, on the second floor. And then I will ended up something between 3 to 12 or lower. So it became a borderline between a flat roof structure, is more construction, or a sloped roof. So when it's a borderline, I might go membrane. Otherwise, I ended up, I think it's a geometry. That's one reason, it's geometry. And the other reason is, this is, I guess, it's my view of existing addition at the back. It seems to me it has the timestamp of 1980s. I can't really say it's colonial. I can't really say it's historical. It's basically putting together, it's like in the 1980s or early 1990s. And in this case, I think the wish of the owner is to bring the natural light in and then create like entertaining place. And our way, basically my approach is, I mean, like what, 21st century now, I do not have to, I keep the front of the character, the historic character at the back. It's not contradictory to give people a modern addition that satisfies the use, and also I believe it's basically enhance the neighborhood. So I don't think it's contradictory. This is more like architecture philosophy thing. So
From a practical standpoint, especially with this year's snow, you're not concerned about a flat roof containing, a significant amount of snow and adding weight and other problems?
this is, yes, but definitely this is thought through. I mean, using flat roof everywhere. And the commercial buildings, they are all flat roof. So we will have a membrane, TPO roofing. Membrane is basically proven and has been used for over TPO or versus or basically it's a technical thing, and that would be dealt with in technical detail. And then we definitely thought about it from the very beginning. And I have done basically flat roof or close to flat roof with similar membrane roofing and adequate insulation. Yes, this is more a technical, yeah.
Okay, and lastly, in regards to the rear step, since it's more than 2 steps, don't you need a rail or something?
I think it's 30 inch. So yes, we could put a railing or not. It really depends when we further do the grading plan. If it's above 30 inch, we will need railing. But if it's below, my thinking is actually it can act as a bench because it's such a small yard. They don't have anything I mean, if it's like 20 inch, it's perfect. That's a bench, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Church?
No, he asked all my questions.
Mr. Caulfield?
Did you explore putting the addition on the one-story in your early processes?
You mean the addition, the back addition current, it's already one story.
Yeah, did you explore putting this addition, the second-story addition, on top of that? Did you discuss, or did you explore that aspect?
Then, because this house, even though it's small, actually it's rather deep, it's 35.
Okay.
Yes, we did, and then none of the room will have any natural light. The
Okay.
stair will be total dark, yes. If you look at the, let's say, second floor, it would be the most telling. We have a second floor, basically is page A102. You see the, it's actually have a very nice typical Central colonial layout with the stairway with light coming from the back. Any addition at the back will basically make all the rooms dark, and especially losing light to the stairway.
Okay,
Yeah.
can you tell me about the fake chimney that you're putting up? Are you gonna notch out the roof to have that chimney put in there?
Yes, we can easily build it by 2x6 or 2x4. We frame it,
Okay.
and then basically apply the salvaged brick on it. Yes.
Oh, salvage, okay.
Yes, we actually, yeah, we discussed it with contractor on that. Yes.
Okay. I see for the AC blower, the for the blowers, at 12 feet is aggressive, I agree with that. But, 395 is kind of aggressive on the other side. Is that the only place that you can put these things?
The condensers,
Yeah, the condensers.
really, that's the only side. Actually, that is the reason I set back the addition furthermore toward, because the other side's driveway is already very narrow. The driveway is like 13 feet.
Is the one-story addition to the left, is that like an add-on to the history of this house, do you know?
Yes, you mean the existing one story? Yeah.
Yeah,
it is,
that's something that's been added on to this?
Yes, correct. Like,
So-
you can see that in page E1, the second page.
So technically, this house probably did have those offsets, 12 on one side and, 12 on the other side, whatever the RO is, I guess, at the one time?
You mean, I don't know when the addition was.
Okay.
Yeah, was done, but,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moore?
Are there any plans to, well, I guess, looking at R1, the proposed back right, down the line, is the applicant thinking about making this like an accessible roof, the way that it's flat?
Oh, is there any like, I think they open a window from one bedroom that will become accessible for maintenance reason.
But it won't be like a balcony?
Oh, no, it's not any intention, because actually, no, it's not, no.
Okay. And then do you have a diagram that shows how the proposed diagram will fit on the site?
You mean?
I mean, I see A102, but it's not like on the parcel, or I guess the first page? Does
Yeah,
it
look
show
at
that?
site plan.
100 on the left side.
Shaded, like shaded red pinkish, that's the addition.
Okay. So it's going further in depth
Yes, basically,
as opposed to the width?
Yes, it's
You're
like a-
keeping the same width?
yes, the same width, yes, correct. The same width at the, basically the side gable colonial revival massing part. At the back, we further set back 2 feet to accommodate.
And did you increase any of like your drainage? Obviously, this has leaders, right?
Oh, yes,
Gutters.
yes, there will be leaders, yes. And then I believe the engineer definitely will guide the leaders to necessary driveway or catch basin. That's basic, will be regulated by the engineering application, yeah. Engineering, civil engineering application, yeah.
For an appropriate runoff, so
Yes,
it's
for
not
stormwater
like
management,
going
yeah.
into the driveway, or, I don't know,
Yes.
maybe the neighbor's yard to the right or to the left, or something like that.
I mean, whatever they do, they have to do it on the side. They're not gonna do it anywhere outside the property. I
Are any
think,
oh, go ahead.
yes.
Are any trees being removed for
No,
this?
no trees will be removed.
Thank you.
Mr. Cruz?
Yeah, I was just curious, for the building height, did you measure the building height from bottom of grade? Was it provided to you by a surveyor?
I think it's by survey. We had as-built survey done by radar, so that is the building height is established by my consultant, who used the radar to establish the building heights.
Okay, and then how many steps are there in the front?
We are not changing the front. At the back, we're not changing the finish the first floor grade. So at the back, currently existing has 3 steps from the backyard to the existing finished grade. We are doing the same thing, 3 steps.
Okay. Yeah, that's my only question. Thank you.
Mr. Griffith?
I'm good with the first variance with the odd-shaped lot. I assume that the 51.6%, 1.7% increase in impervious coverage, you'll address some way, shape, or form through the
Yes.
complying with the ordinance.
Correct.
As previously stated. And the condensers in the side yard I find troubling. I mean, basically, they're noisy, and so you've got them on the side yard, and it's like sharing it with your neighbor, and it's not really something you want to share with your neighbor or should share with your neighbor. That's one of the reasons why there is the 12-foot requirement. I don't have any bright ideas as to a great place to put it in the backyard. I can understand why you put it there. I get it. You can build, in order to reduce the noise that would come from these, you could build a masonry wall around them. That would tend for the noise to go up. It wouldn't eliminate it, of course, but it would, redirect most of it up.
But wouldn't that be considered as an accessory structure again?
Sorry?
Wouldn't the masonry wall between the condenser and the neighbor be considered as accessory structure again?
Yeah, it's problematic, I agree, yeah. It's not, that too is also,
Can
like
we
the condensers, like the condensers, it too is not complying with the setback
Yeah.
rule.
Can
The right thing to do is put it in the backyard, but you have to work it into your design such that you can walk around it and not be upset by it. It needs to have some kind of enclosure that makes it feel right.
Can I propose, that's one suggestion, can I also propose evergreen bush screening? Actually, I have some there for privacy. The green, maybe you can put on the
I think that could
condition.
work in the backyard. I don't think it works in the side yard, because the side yard issue is about the noise. The evergreen isn't going to solve the noise. You got a fence there already, so it's not about looking at it, it's about the noise. I don't have answers. That's my reservation. Thank you.
Yeah, there certainly have been times in which we've encouraged plantings around condensers, as you've suggested.
Yes, we
that
can
would
look
help
into
to
that.
curtail some of that sound. So I would suggest, looking at what might be the possibilities. I can understand you're indicating that there really isn't another location in which these could be placed. So I had a question about the new secondary ridge. What was the rationale for creating a lower ridge as opposed to just continuing the existing main ridge?
That's the HPC's comment. Basically, a typical, yes, because if you look at existing, it has a main structure, and then the side then as one story. I think the HPC consultant considered it as a typical colonial revival style with the relationship of majority and the subordinate structure. So they suggest that we keep that relationship. So we made a revision following that suggestion.
To accommodate that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then on the, I think it's the southern edge, again, where we're talking about the condensers, but there's this, in between the existing brick that will remain and the new extension, there's this new cedar clapboard siding to match with existing. Now, that area currently is brick, is that not?
Yes, I think this, we're talking about I'm just trying to make everybody on the same page. A201,
Yes.
particularly number 2, it's the left side. I don't think so. Actually, currently, the part is, if you look at the, then the page in front of it, 200 is the existing. It's clapboard next to brick. Oh, no, the one, actually it will be demolished. They are not on the same plane, so. If you look at the before is in the same spot, A200, number 2.
Yeah, there's
Yes.
brick by that.
Yeah, the
part,
brick, they will be demolished. The brick that started, that's the brick that would be demolished. They're actually set back. It's not on the same plane with the brick on the side then.
Yes.
So.
So, I mean, had there been any consideration of just with the new, with that new bump out, I guess you might call it?
Yes.
Just continuing the brick, putting the brick back in there?
I think here is architecturally, I read that part more because it's on the same plane with the top, with the massing above. So they are the same massing, the same geometry shape. So that's the reason. Instead of having brick, I'm basically using the clapboard, cedar clapboard.
Yeah, it just seems a little odd that on that side of the house, you have
A portion of brick.
different.
I understand, yes. I think my take from the HPC's comments is they would like to keep the look of this side then, of this little gable. So it's capped, and I capped at the brick as well, because that wraps around to the front.
I would agree with that, yeah. Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions. Okay. Is there any thing else that you'd like to, are you part of this?
I'm a opposing counsel for the neighbor.
Oh, I see, okay, so.
Thought you were ready for questions.
We'll be waiting just a second, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So is there anything else that you want to say before we turn to the public?
No.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
thanks.
All right, so this is an opportunity then for members of the public to ask questions or to offer comments.
Yeah, that's,
Please come to the microphone.
counsel, I think, how you normally handle this, but I'm.
So
been-
just enter your appearance,
Yep.
and then you can ask questions of the witness.
Yep.
And I assume you're not calling any witnesses,
Well, I
correct?
wouldn't. I mean, my client, the neighbor, would like to speak as a member of the public, but would also.
Yeah, normally when we have an attorney representing the member of the public, that you speak for them.
I could certainly do that.
But you could call them as a
Yeah,
witness.
no, that's okay.
if you
I didn't know if
wanted
it was
to.
more,
Yeah.
if the board wanted to hear, from somebody that lives in the house as opposed to.
So why don't you ask your questions of this witness, and then we'll see where we are.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate it for hearing. It sounds like the board had a lot of the same questions we had, with a client with, big grave concerns about.
Just give us your appearance also, please.
Sure. Ben Lindeman from Murphy, Schiller and Wilkes, on behalf of Bitta Ameri and Ahmad Noor of 185 Gates Avenue, which is the, if you're facing the applicant's home, it's the house to the left, which I know this isn't, I won't start with a question, but I mean, if it's looking at the area, it's not on. It's on? Okay. It was part of the lot which was previously subdivided, so our client's house is, abutting that left side yard where the addition is being added. So I just had some questions about concerns, especially, specifically being on that side of the house, but also about the impervious coverage changes. First of all, Miss Lee, do you have the square footage of the area of wall space that's being added to that left side? So I understand that the addition's just it's going up and out. But I'd like the board to be able to hear about the amount of space being added to that side of the house, if possible, or something.
This is not a part of the zoning exercise, but I can do the calculation now if.
Well, I'm just trying to complete the expansion of the nonconformity.
If you look at the site plan on the left side from your client side, right? The first, the back existing one story, it added about, because the height actually is the same. We're talking basically there are two parts of addition, right? One part is the one story. You're talking about how much wall space I'm adding, right?
Yeah.
And then the back part of existing one story now is still a one story addition. It's basically about the 5 feet behind. 5 feet times 9 by the height, 5, 9, 45. That's the back part. And then the other part is the gable part. And I think I just have to give you a quick calculation, probably like a 10. 10 is the back, and the going up, that would be 2 story. Like 250?
Square feet or so
Yes,
of
wall space.
of wall space compared to
Yes.
what's there presently, which is also non-conforming.
No, actually, you're sorry, I was wrong. I was talking about 2 story because we're adding another story, so it's half of that. And of course, those are rough calculations in my mind, yes.
Okay. And what's the approximate square footage of livable space that's being added by this? I think it was 400, is that accurate?
I think if you look at, yes, adding 414 square foot on the first floor. On the second floor, we're adding 308 square foot, yes.
So total of around 700 feet?
Yes, correct.
Square feet?
Mhm.
And so you said you didn't necessarily explore adding to the back because it would affect the light of your
We did,
client?
that's the first thing, is to add to the back. But we said that if we add to the back, they will lose light to most rooms. Because it's a small house, but actually it's quite deep for colonial.
Was there a
at that
concern
time.
there to the light of the neighboring houses? The shadowing, just curiosity, if that was contemplated in your decision?
I think you are casting shadow on them. You're on the south, they're on the north. There's no way for them to cast
There's
shadow
no
on you.
casting shadow, so there's no blocking of, you're saying there's no blocking of light by adding this?
Correct,
This addition?
because you are due south of
Okay.
us.
So the view, though, will be affected by?
I think if anything, your neighbor
Okay.
is looking at a yard, overgrown yard, and sometimes if they use the the corner, that corner.
No, it's okay. We have photographs to show that
Yes.
that's not the case.
Basically, yes, I guess, I understand that it's a privacy, right? Whether they use that corner as a patio
Well, that's,
for outdoor,
yeah,
or they use that indoor,
I'm talking about what,
behind the wall.
when it becomes, if this were to be built, the windows along that wall are gonna be 5 feet from the property line all the way to the back, obviously, because that's what's being proposed.
Let's take a look at drawing 201, exterior elevation, particularly on the left side, facing your neighbor. The windows are intentionally kept high for privacy.
Do you have a
But
copy,
above the fence.
Mr. Linderman, do you have a copy of that plan?
Yeah, I don't have it, I wasn't able to print out a full-size set.
Do we have?
But if we have it on, it was on the wall before.
We have an extra one we're gonna
This
give
is
you. I think it's gonna be.
201, proposed elevation.
Hold on.
Yes,
Okay.
okay.
Mr. Linderman, we're gonna give him a copy of the plan, then why don't you go back? I think it's gonna be easier for you to follow with the plan right in front of you. So why don't you continue to ask your questions?
201. I think it's toward the back, toward the back. Toward the back, this is the plan, so toward the back.
201.
Yes, 201 number 2, that's the left side of the elevation. The 4 windows in the colonial revival house, they're existing on the right. They are the way they are. And
Well, they're being brought to the 5 foot.
no, they're
So-
existing. They're existing, nothing has been done to them. We're not bringing that thing, those windows, they stay where they are. We're not even changing them. Any new windows, they are intentionally kept high, above eye level.
Okay, hold on. So
Correct.
this is the new proposed.
Yeah, lower left corner.
This is lower left corner. So this new window in the middle and new attic window, how many feet are they from the property line? If they were to be drawn to the, where it says, I'm just trying to,
The new attic window, they were, the one very top there at the existing plant, they were not brought back,
Closer.
Closer. The second small attic window, they are brought closer, but they are storage space. They were kept there really just for the look of the house, so you don't look at the blank wall.
so, but
there's
these
nothing
ones
in
will be
there.
about the same distance to the property line as the current den.
Correct.
So this entire area, right? Okay, so this is,
Yes.
the entire area is going to be
Yes.
5 feet from the.
Yes, but they're for the visual.
Yeah,
Yes,
presently,
correct.
there's, this small area is 5 feet from the property line. And now
Yes.
this whole 2-story area is going up and out, it's all I was saying. So that's,
Correct.
yeah. Okay. Let's see. Building fees being added. And you said in your testimony you did not know when the den was added.
The
So-
den, I believe, is part of the colonial revival house, was part of the house, original house.
Original house, you believe?
Yes, yes, and then HPC would like to keep it the way it is, and then,
Was an OPA request done to check to see if this has been added to the house, or would that have come up in your planning
the
report, Ms.?
HPC consultant did come up with, he did present the original photo of the house, the den was there since 1970s, yeah.
So, was there any concern, I'm not sure if this is something that you would answer, or if you would have to hire an outside, but a landscape plan to try and get an idea for, I don't see any screenage added for the addition, and, it's a major concern of my client that this new area this close to the house without any screening, could be an issue. I'm not sure if that would ameliorate their problems with it, but it's certainly something that could have been added with this. Did you look into that?
I mean, this basically goes back to one of the board members' question is actually, even though, I mean, this is, we are not taking down any trees, and right now it's grass, nothing else. So it is in the back of my mind to provide privacy screening. So that's basically related to the condenser issue. So I think it's reasonable to add evergreen in addition to the existing fence between this property and your client's property.
Okay. Now, the measurements on the property, you did those consulting the survey that was
It was done
uploaded?
professional survey, and then the board members has an official copy of the survey.
And the survey was, I guess the one online was not signed and sealed, but I guess the one we have is,
Yes, the board members, yeah, correct.
Have a
They
signed,
have the
sealed
signed and
copy?
sealed, the official copy.
and it
yeah.
was done about 11 years ago, I guess, is that right?
No, it's not. It was recent.
Oh, okay.
I believe, yeah, the board member has it because it's not, it's legally, I'm not allowed to show their title block on my drawing. But the board members has.
So there's
the
a survey
official surveys. Yes,
that was not
correct.
from 2000, the one that from
It was
2015
done
is not
this-
the
It was
survey?
done within 6 months.
Within 6 months?
Correct.
By a licensed
We
surveyor?
updated
and-
it, yes, in town.
Okay, and that was,
Richard Ringo, Mr. Richard Ringo.
yeah, so it was just dated, the one that I saw?
Yes, in
was-
2025.
Oh, it said 20, oh, I thought it said 2015, didn't it?
Ms. Lee, the one that was submitted to
Yeah.
us as a document was dated August 31st, 2015.
Oh, but they did update it. Yeah, they did update it in 2020, yes. We actually had him go back.
Were there any differences from the existing survey that was submitted?
I think he had the chimney, actually we had him go back because he had the chimney smaller, actually the chimney was bigger than what he originally had, so it was, that's the difference. If necessary, we can have him.
No, I understand, I mean, I know just the numbers are very, you know, with the impervious coverage issue, it's just, want to make sure that we have the right numbers. It was my reading of it was that it was an older survey, and I wanted to make sure nothing was drawn since, but if
Yes, I think,
if that's
yeah,
going to be submitted.
it's reasonable to ask the Mr. Richard Ringo to, yes.
To date it. I guess that would be, yeah, I'm not sure how to handle, since there's no counsel for the owner, just the assumption that the owner purchased this knowing that it had the non-conforming condition. Do you have anything to state to that? Was the non-conforming condition on the left side known beforehand?
Before the design, yes.
Yeah. And counsel, I'm not sure how best to handle, but I just want to know if the owner had asked the neighbors to purchase any properties around in order to make the.
This is not a substandard isolated lot that's vacant that we're trying to put a house on initially.
Okay, so it's not, yeah.
So the Nash case is not going to apply, and my understanding is the homes on either side have been developed, so they're not required to do that.
Okay, it was not, yeah, I wasn't sure, I guess I wasn't sure if it was a persuasive to show that they tried to make it up to code, but if that's.
I don't know, is your client willing to offer some portion of their property for sale?
They are not, but
Okay,
they were.
so I think we answered that question.
That side, for sure, I'm just saying, I was just,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I checked on, I know
It's not required in this instance, yes.
Okay, and then, all right. I heard, during your testimony, I didn't hear anything to support these variances being granted. Was the master plan reviewed in preparation for this application?
You mean the site plan?
No, the master plan for Montclair. To support why we're.
The planning board adopts a master plan, okay, and it's a planning document. It was last revised March of
2023.
23. It's got, if you were here sitting for the first application, you heard the planner go over the objectives and goals contained in the master
The
plan.
positive and negative.
As part of the variance proofs, the applicant has to meet the negative criteria, that is, that it would not cause substantial detriment to the public good. That's the impact on area properties and will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance, and I think that includes the master plan and the zoning ordinance. So that's the negative criteria that needs to be met in order to grant the variances.
Yes, I understand. Basically, you're talking about the negative and the positive criteria that is to be met. And I'm not a planner, but in my judgment, and it's a modest addition to a modest home on a modest lot. And I do not see the addition will cause detriment to the neighborhood.
So, Ms. Lee, I'm wondering if you and your client would be, just given the number of questions that are being generated and have to be resolved, whether or not you'd be interested in continuing this hearing at a future meeting, and perhaps come back with some alternatives to some of the, in response to some of the questions that have been generated.
Okay, yes.
You
my
would be?
client- Yes,
Right.
that's my client's answer, yes.
The landscape plan?
Yes, landscaping,
So my board member was also asked if you would take a look at the landscaping plan.
Correct,
As a
yes.
part of that
It's-
process.
As I mentioned, it's the back of my mind.
Just, could I have like
Yes.
2 minutes, maybe just to go through real quick what my
Yes.
concerns were in case.
Absolutely.
That would be helpful, so we don't get into
No,
an
I think
argument later.
that would be good.
That'd be
Yes.
great, thank you.
So, with the condensers, I believe right now there's one condenser in where that patio area is. There's 2 now. Sorry. So there's 2 right now by the patio. There's gonna be 2 now by the 3 feet mark. I understand, we have the same concerns as Mr. Griffith. We just have, major concerns. Once we show the photographs of how close this is to our, my client's property, I think you'll see that it's gonna be, very disruptive. We understand they don't want to be disrupted either, but we're not, we're not here for asking for relief. And then I understand that stormwater management's not required at this time, but we have, serious questions about the water. It's going from around 44% impervious coverage to about 51.6% impervious coverage. I understand that's only it's only going to be over the ordinance by 1.6. However, it's a big change in an area that has a lot of houses very close to each other, and we understand that they're willing to comply with everything once it gets to the engineer, but we would just like to see that before it gets to that point, if possible.
Mhm.
Those are our main concerns right now, but we look forward to revisiting.
And communication is a good thing also.
Yeah.
Yeah. Between the two parties.
Understood. It was, you get the notice 10 days ago, and then it's a quick.
Understood, yes.
Yeah, and it wasn't, my clients weren't approached about it, from my knowledge, so.
Well, the applicant's not required to do that,
And
but
the neighbor's not required to.
well, I'm just suggesting that might be a good idea. The meeting date, again, is what? April?
Yeah, our next
22nd?
meeting is April 22nd at 7 PM.
Okay, so the applicant, you're requesting that this matter be carried to April 22nd, 7 PM. There would be no further notice. Is that your request?
Yes.
Okay. So I think if the board could make a motion carrying it with no further notice to that date and time.
All right.
Make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? It's voted. Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll see you in April. We have one additional item, and that is related to the annual report. Can that be postponed until the next meeting?
Yes, definitely.
All right. All right, so we'll then receive a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, I don't think I have to ask all in favor, but I will. All right. Okay. Thank you very much for your indulgences.
Thank you.